Australia, and I believe also in the UK. And so you can see initially people kind of think they know where the industry is going and where some of these digital companies are, and then all of a sudden they're somewhere else. And in healthcare, what we're beginning to see is some similar types of trends, right? So in the sort of 1990s, you had your traditional face-to-face encounters. Then in the 1990s and still today, you had your appointment booking online, and you had, the ability to maybe call your GP. But now what we're seeing is these telemedicine platforms, right? Your full-service primary care consultations, diagnosis, triage, e-prescribing, and your specialist consultations as well are beginning to move online, beginning to move to video or a phone call. And of course, where's this industry going to go? As the examples I just showed you, we don't know for sure, but we can see some trends, right? We can see that it will probably be seamless and holistic, integrated, whether you're doing something face-to-face or you're doing something online or you're doing something kind of at a distance via video. And ideally with the data, right, that's there, it'll be more patient and consumer-centric because that's where we start collecting a lot of additional data, right, in our smartphones with wearable devices and genomics and increased testing. And of course, because we're generating all that data, we'll have AI and analytics to build on that data. And if we look at the trends that are coming, if we kind of put the puzzle pieces together, we've got at the bottom left an exponential increase in computing. And that's one of my pet topics, as everybody that knows me knows, is that people don't really understand exponential change. With COVID, that's changing a little bit, right? We can see exponential means nothing happens for a very, very long time, and then all of a sudden a lot happens very, very quickly, right? And if we look at computing power over the past 10 years, it's kind of increased tenfold. Over the next 10 years, it's going to increase by about 200-fold. And so there's lots of future experts to predict in the next 10 years we'll have as much change as in the past 100. So it's really hard to see this kind of exponential wave of computing technology and computing power approach and to see what it actually means for healthcare. But what we see in the upper left-hand corner is really the amount of data that's available, and you can sort of see very, very large numbers there. And of course, that data is generated by new means of diagnosis, whether that's for, or diagnostics for a genome or for other types of biome and all these sorts of things that we can measure from biology, but then all the digital biomarkers, right? How people move, how they act, measured by their wearables. And all this data has to be interpreted by someone. And it's not going to be your typical GP or your specialist because they'd have to read, tons of material every day. And in fact, I think just in oncology, there's like 3,000 research papers published every day. And that statistic is actually old, so it's probably more than that. And so we definitely believe there will be platforms emerging that make sense of this data and that advise the physician in the future. Right. Now, even before COVID, you had some trends that were accelerating telemedicine. For example, increased user acceptance and expectations, right? People were using in all sorts of manner in their daily life digital devices to do banking, to do travel, to do everything. And the only, lone standouts in this trend were probably education and healthcare. Right? And of course, both education and healthcare have been dramatically kicked into the digital age by COVID. Then you had increasing deregulation and reimbursement of telemedicine happening really globally, even before COVID already. We already talked about data and AI, and we'll talk a little bit more about these healthcare platforms and ecosystems that are emerging in the telemedicine side. Companies like Teladoc and Livongo in the US, like Cree, Health Hero, and others here in Europe. And what happened with COVID was that actually there was a whole bunch of new healthcare encounters that were actually unlocked, which is this yellow bit in the middle. You can see before COVID, of course, you had the triage hotlines where you could call and say, oh, I'm feeling unwell, and somebody would tell you, well, it doesn't sound that serious, wait until tomorrow, go see your GP. or, sounds really serious, you should go to an emergency department. And you had the very high acuity use cases in patients that required constant monitoring at a distance. And COVID basically unlocked everything in between because people could just not access healthcare because either the hospitals were full or people were afraid that they were going to get COVID, and so they started using telemedicine. Now, a few numbers really out of COVID. So 75% of patients actually experienced remote consultations for the first time during the pandemic. Over 50% in surveys that we did now actually prefer remote care or are indifferent. We're very happy. So we got 50% of patients that say it's absolutely fine to use telemedicine. And of course, if it's more convenient because I can get an appointment faster or whatever, would be quite happy to use it. With physicians, right? 40% of physicians could consider spending part of their time working for a telemedicine platform, right? And 90% actually in the UK really value the benefit of triage so that they can, see those patients that are actually more appropriate to them. And then, of course, we have the corporates. And corporates, on the back of COVID, are really interested in fostering increased healthcare for their employees because it's the right thing to do. It sends the right signal for COVID. It's oftentimes gives support for mental health, which is one of the key issues that have hit during the pandemic. And so corporates are really, really interested in doing more in telemedicine as a result of COVID. And the other thing worth mentioning is, of course, digital therapeutics. And I think the number of apps available are number now in the hundreds of thousands. We can see that, there are more disease areas that are being covered increasingly as time goes on. The larger ones are exercise and fitness, lifestyle and stress. Mental health was a category that was hugely downloaded during the pandemic. And of course, we're seeing that, digital therapeutics are being approved, right? So in the US, there's 25 that have been approved. There's another almost 100 in the pipeline. In Germany now, where digital therapeutics can be reimbursed through public health insurance, we have 5 that are fully approved and 15 that are provisionally approved. So there's lots of enthusiasm around digital therapeutics, but what we found is that some of these companies really struggle with market access because, of course, the physicians are used to prescribing medications, much less used to prescribing mobile apps. And so patient access is really a big issue for some of these digital therapeutics companies, and there'll be, I'm sure, interesting partnerships in the future, for example, with pharmaceutical companies as well, given their large sales force. Now, where are the areas where we see kind of telemedicine and digital health hit? If we look at the continuum of care, there's actually quite a lot. There's wellness and prevention, often with mobile apps, encouraging the right lifestyle and behavior change driven by insurance companies. There's triage and screening in the modern telemedicine platforms that we'll talk about a bit more. There's obviously diagnosis and treatment, calling up, saying I'm sick, what do I have? Diagnosing, treating, and prescribing. There's disease management, and then there's kind of the monitoring elderly care. So all of these markets, all of these areas we can see being impacted and being served by telemedicine. So here I'll hand over to Guillaume. He's patiently waited. There you go.
So thanks, Klaus. So one of the areas where we're pretty excited about and we think we'll see more is around more test diagnostics sent to patients' home. So we've seen already a fair amount of e-prescribing and delivery of drugs to patients' home. So far, it's much more the prescription that arrives to patients' home than the drugs yet. But this is changing, and we think things will change as well with regards to diagnostics. So traditionally, diagnostics always been you go to a provider, whether a hospital or a diagnostic clinics, you do your test, you get the results, whether pretty immediately or a day after. But we see more and more emergence of sending test kits to a patient's home. Obviously, we've seen a lot of that with whether COVID antigen tests, for instance, and whether the test is actually just a sample collection analyzed in a lab, you get your results into an app or for your provider, or whether you can actually get your results straight in your own home. So we see emergence of that, and of course we'll also see more and more digital testing, typically through your smartwatch, analyzing sort of vitals or data that can be captured, more so for monitoring than actually diagnosis a condition. So to give you a sense, already, all different types of tests are available in a patient's home context, all different types of samples, and you can already see a whole range of companies that are involved in that space. And I think what's interesting to observe is there's quite a lot of different players who participate in this diagnostic to consumer testing sort of market. We have traditional lab companies, whether LabCorp with its Pixel brand for consumer, or others you can see on the left-hand side of the chart, as well as startups who are purely focused on tests at home. Some of the names here, whether it's Sarah Screen in Europe, TestCard in the UK, were growing pretty fast. But it's not the entire ecosystem, actually. What we also see a lot of companies, different types of companies, incorporating some element of D2C testing as part of their business model. Whether in Europe we have companies with quite different backgrounds, like Colorimetrics, who essentially is a company that turns your smartphone into a mass spectrometer, whether to use in a healthcare application, industrial, or to test food and agriculture, or whether Cree, the famous telehealth platform. And in the US, we have similar types of companies, Teladoc on the telehealth side of things, or sort of more lifestyle-oriented companies like Lumen, who presumably you've also heard of, given the amount of advertising that's going on, was dedicated to men's health. So we see a lot of different companies sort of incorporating an element of D2C testing as part of their business model. And there is significant potential because, as we've seen for drug and e-prescription, something broadly similar applies for diagnostic testing. So from our own research, we look into how many of telemedicine encounters sort of required prescription and what happened, as well as D2C testing. So on the top of the page, you can see prescriptions. 10 to 30% of telehealth, telemedicine encounters are just to renew a prescription, which nowadays on some platform can be done very, very smoothly and automatically and without actually talking to a doctor. But overall, there's about half to three-quarters of encounters that require a prescription. Today, the majority of these prescriptions basically are delivered to home, but not quite the drugs yet. But we have about 10 to 20% of prescriptions where it's not only the piece of paper that comes to you, but the drug as well. On the testing side of things, we have about half or slightly less than half of encounters who would benefit from doing a test, but only less than 5% of these tests are delivered to home. And in about half of the cases, the patient is still left as its own devices to find and book the test. That's still not entirely sort of properly incorporated in telehealth business model comprehensively. So we see a lot of potential for growth in this area, whether with telehealth or telemedicine companies or with more dedicated specific players on the D2C testing side of things. Try to conclude then.
Yeah. All right, so Yeah, so how does all this come together? And I think one of the most fascinating themes to watch over the next couple of years will really be the emergence of these digital telemedicine healthcare platforms and ecosystems, right? And we have quite a few clients of ours that are struggling with this very question at the moment. We're working with one of the very large hospital chains globally, and they're asking this question. They're saying, gee, we think all these ecosystems are going to emerge. What should we do? Should we launch one? Should we partner? Are we going to become just a small service provider to a larger platform that captures all of the investor valuation? Where should we position ourselves? And so if you look at, different geographies in the U.S., it's Walgreens, for example, with Find Care. There's lots of other emerging platforms in the U.S. There's obviously Teladoc and Amazon. If you look in Europe, I think one of the best examples is what Zur Rose is building. They've acquired a telemedicine provider, Teleclinic in Germany. They've begun to struck pharma partnerships like with Novo Nordisk on obesity. They're beginning to link together health insurance, some insurance companies. I think they've begun in Switzerland here, which are kind of integrated e-commerce and telemedicine services for the insurance platforms. They've partnered with e-prescribing providers, which is, of course, natural because the more e-prescribing happens, the easier it is to use these online e-commerce pharmacies. But interestingly, they've also partnered with brick-and-mortar pharmacies because, of course, some people still, want to go there, and you have huge amounts of just walk-in customer access. So Zur Rose is really trying to bring together all these pieces of the ecosystem, and also in Asia-Pacific, we're seeing the emergence of some of these platforms in China, notably with Ping An Good Doctor, that are doing lots and lots of partnerships and others. So the question will be, how is all this going to shape up in Europe, and what are the general trends, right? And we can see if we look at, what are the options actually. If I'm one of these telemedicine companies and now I'm collecting hundreds of millions, if not billions of funding, what do I do with this funding, right? And of course, there's lots of different options, right? We can go into sort of hybrid brick and mortar presence, right? Like Cree in Sweden have opened up their own physical centers, and I think Medgate did something similar in Switzerland, and others are doing that. I can go into diagnostic testing, as Guillaume just explained, right, and begin to offer lots more of those tests, either develop them myself or partner with somebody that can do them for me. I can move into prevention and patient monitoring, so I can move up and downstream the continuum of care. I can look into e-commerce, like the Zur Rose example, right? I can partner with an e-commerce company and launch my own, or maybe I am an e-commerce company and I'm branching out in these other areas. And finally, of course, the insurance bit is really important because it is actually then the payer, that drives value-based care, right? Because that's the big buzzword coming out of the US, of course, but it really means that insurance is paying for the right thing at the right time for their patients, obviously focusing on prevention before actually things go wrong. But then when they do go wrong, at least, utilizing those methodologies that are most convenient to the patient, that are often and nearly always also the cheapest, right? Because they're in their smartphone, they're where you are. And of course, when you look at these, potential expansion of ecosystems, there's lots of ecosystems partners out there that are more than happy to partner with you. Just by way of example, right, we have all those telehealth platforms with lots of funding. We have the diagnostic capabilities and platforms. We have e-commerce that is rapidly arriving. And of course, we also saw during the pandemic, we have a huge increase in the delivery services. So lots and lots of potential parties to look at and to bring together in these ecosystems of the future. And that's really it. So we've gone through in about half an hour. Very happy to take your questions, anything you might ask. Guillaume and I are here, and otherwise, of course, feel free to grab that extra coffee or croissant or any breakfast. Thank you. So, Questions or not? The lady back there.
How do you see patient behaviors and motivations evolving through the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, we saw that through our own research that about 50% of patients are super happy to use these services or indifferent. I think it's like, 30% happy, 20% indifferent. So you have a large amount of the patient population that is actually, very happy to use these services. But of course, I can see my dear colleague Tobias back there. It varies dramatically by country and culture, right? So even during the height of the pandemic in the UK, it was 50% of... Over 70% of patients use telemedicine. I believe in Germany it was about a factor 10 less, so you had 7 to 10%. And of course, that behavior is a cultural one. It varies deeply by country. And, it really depends. So those numbers are global numbers, the 50%, but of course, they're very different by country.
I was going to ask one point or two. One is clearly not for everybody the telehealth sort of experience sort of works, but there's enough pool of people who are comfortable with it because it makes their life much easier. So there's a huge convenience factor to be able to see someone remotely if you don't have a very serious problem. And if you're not an elderly with multiple conditions, for instance. The second point, though, is indeed there's big variations by country. And I think it's not going to be just the consumer expectation. I think the different healthcare systems are going to drive very different behaviors. Notwithstanding what we hear in the press in the UK with we want more face-to-face appointments for the GPs, there's about an article every day. The reality is that we don't have enough GPs to cater for the demand in the UK, and that a digital-first approach is really what's going to be needed to address the demand. On the other hand, in Germany, you might not have such level of pressure, and so the behavior will be much different, much less digital than, say, for instance, in the UK. So there'll be very big variations on a country-by-country basis, indeed.
The other point is that, of course, the patients aren't all the same either, right? So countries aren't all the same and patient groups aren't all the same. And I remember when Medgate was getting started, who were really one of the pioneers in Europe, right? They got started at the end of the 1990s, in fact. They thought that their service would cater to all the people that were living in distant places in Switzerland, right? Everybody high up in the mountains and, hard to reach. And in fact, what happened was that the biggest uptake was in young urban professionals because they wanted the convenience of being able to call a doctor, as well as younger families, right, who might have had kids at home that they didn't want to bring into town for a complex appointment or that were crying in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. So it was more the younger families and the young urban professionals that really ended up using these services the most. And that's, of course, those are the people that are most digitally savvy, and those are the ones that will, probably have the highest uptake. And then you often have this peak at the end where you have the elderly that either have their carers or other people kind of giving them the equipment or showing them how it works. And then because it's very convenient, they might not be as mobile, they tend to be using those services as well.
How do you think some meeting may be cooperation of the state-organized e-health and private activities? Because we already have a couple of good examples, Finland, Israel, Estonia, where the state organized maybe full e-health, and others come there as an alignment and did something more. They did something more there. Do you see some other examples in the world?
I think I'll pass to Guillaume for that because I think the UK has the NHS and you have a vibrant private system, whereas Germany is quite different in that regard. So
you have models like in Germany where really, fundamentally speaking, for outpatient type of activity, the state is mostly here from the funding side of things, and the delivery is largely independent, private for profit or not. In the UK, the model is a bit different, but we, clearly because of the NHS, but even within the NHS on the telemedicine largely conceived, it's very largely an independent private sector delivery mechanism. So of course we have all the telehealth vendors we know of, but NHS 111 is operated across the country by independent providers, some historically ambulance trusts, some for-profit, some client of ours, and even within that setup you have multiple businesses and stakeholders that look after different chunks of the service. So after NHS 111, you have, what it's called, you have some calls need to lead to a proper assessment. That's typically also done by a third-party vendor. So for this aspect, whether it's digital or physical health, there isn't a huge amount of differences from within a country. There's maybe a little bit more private sector activity because on the technological side of things, a little bit more modern, but it's mostly the healthcare system fundamentals that drive this, how the landscape sort of looks like.
I think in some cases also the problem isn't so much private and public collaboration, it's regulation. And even with COVID, you can see regulation in some countries is still erring on the conservative side. So for example, in Germany, there was a regulation pre-COVID that a medical doctor could only do 20% of the consultations online via telemedicine. They'd have to do 80% in person. Now, of course, in COVID, that was all waived. Now, generously, after COVID, they're talking about 30%, right? But you can see that, and that's often driven by physician associations, not even necessarily driven by the government. So you have the funding and the collaboration on one side, which is very country dependent on how these healthcare systems are set up. And then you have regulations, which again, sometimes are driven by politicians, but very often are driven by industry associations that do not want the industry to change, right? And healthcare is one of the very conservative industries where, different stakeholders have eked out quite a comfortable living in their particular niche, in their particular country funding situation. And any time that that's disrupted, that causes issues. And then, of course, you have people that say, we don't really want this and we need regulations to help us stop this, right?
Well, thank you very much for the talk, first of all. I think it's a super interesting discussion. And I was wondering if you have an hypothesis when you think of these systems merging together. So you have the telehealth providers, you have the brick and mortar, you have e-commerce, all these things. Do you have an hypothesis about who will be the winner in the end? Because you can have the brick and mortar maybe acquiring certain telehealth capabilities, or you can have the telehealth companies basically becoming so dominant that they will control the market or the customer access, the patient access. Is there something on how you foresee this game going? And also, do you see, typically with platforms, you have a winner takes it all. So you have one or very few players who can dominate the patient access in the end. Do you see this here as well? Or do you see, let's say, just another patient touch point which multiple providers will be able to offer?
I think that's really the key question, right? If I'm an investor, that's exactly the question that I want to pose. Yeah, no, unfortunately I don't. However, one of the things that we've seen, which we've not talked about in our presentation actually, is that there are these two trends, even just in telemedicine, right? Never mind the bigger platform play, but in telemedicine you have these two trends of kind of this software as a service, right? Where there's lots of companies that are saying, you GP, here's my video platform, and now you can telemedicine with all your patients. And then we have the kind of telemedicine brands, as we call them, like Babylon or Health Hero or Teladoc or others, or Cree, where people say, oh, I'm a patient of Cree, I'm not a patient of Dr. So-and-so, right? And again, here there's large cultural differences because in Germany you still have this, doctor that you go to around the corner. So if that doctor now offers you telemedicine, that's great. That's just another way to see Dr. X. And it'll be interesting how in different countries these platforms manage to build up their own key brands so that I'm actually very happy to go to, Cree, for example. And I want to go there because I know they'll give me the best care. And so I think one element is really that brand. And I think, there's no inherent reason for one type of brand, like a telemedicine brand, to be favored over an e-commerce brand, if I'm looking at Doc Morris, for example, in the minds of the consumer, provided I can pivot that brand into delivering the healthcare service that I want at any one point in time. So if I know I'm getting great healthcare at Doc Morris, then, you know, I can, and I'm already their customer, you know, happy customer through e-commerce and online pharmacy, then why wouldn't I go there? And so, like with industry platforms, I think it's very hard to predict. Like, I couldn't predict that now, but Guillaume, I don't know.
It's not a big prediction, but I think on your first point, I think what's going to work ultimately is for things that are integrated, whether it's all in-house or via partnership. I think both models can really work, and you know, Thierry Chiche from Elzon yesterday talked well about how he's doing that with Levy in France. So ultimately, you can't do everything digitally. So at some point, things need to be able to move on to the physical world one way or another. And if that transition integration is handled well, that's all for the benefit of the patient and the organization who would deliver, would deliver that. And certainly, Levy or Cree in Sweden and also in France are pushing for, having their own clinics as well, where you can go knock on the door. Probably book your appointment online, but you can go there physically as well. And we're talking here, pods in pharmacies to do teleconsultations. If you show up in a pharmacy, there's a need, for instance. On your second point, and typically in markets, such as France or Germany, where this telehealth platform, they need to compete to find the patients. So I think particularly in those markets, there is really a customer acquisition cost, but there's also a doctor acquisition cost, and you really need to be able to spin both wheels in a way that works. But yeah, the customer acquisition cost is pretty substantial, and it's not going to abate until there is indeed a little bit of a winner's take all. Within mental health, and in particular with a lot of it that's accessed via corporate funding, that may be a little bit different. We might still see more fragmentation, but within a country we expect some consolidation for the economics to work. This telehealth platform can generate a profit. Now, when you look at their financials, there are various stages of development and growth in different countries, so there's a lot of investments. But it's possible to make money, and not just in Switzerland, like it.
Maybe just to add to Guillaume, I think that is one of the key aspects, right, Guillaume, that you mentioned. What we also see from other industries, that if you can provide the best customer experience, that's always the way to win, right? Because in the digital world, the switching costs are going to really decrease, right? Especially in many countries, you now have shared care records, right? In Germany, for example, with the Telematik-Infrastruktur and the elektronische Patientenakte. In many other countries, there's increasing sharing of healthcare information, right? Apple HealthKit and Google and all these other things. So your healthcare information will be more digital, and that'll make it easier, assuming your payer, whoever that is, national or private, pays for it, to change platforms. And so if you have a platform that provides a better customer experience because everything is more integrated, then I think they will have a high chance of winning in the longer run. Oh, Yeah, I think that's super important, and we've had experience in Germany where a lot of platforms had extremely negative publicity around the sharing of data. There was Vivi and Ada, I believe, for example, where some hackers and others discovered that data was being shared. Oftentimes that's not even malicious. It's because people are using some type of code that is using, again, some open source platform, and that might link to, somewhere in the US. And so sometimes it happens without malicious intent. Sometimes it does happen with malicious intent because you're trying to get extra revenue. And I think, that's one of the key issues why digital healthcare is always so local, right? In addition to the ecosystems, you have very local regulations. For example, when the digital therapeutics were first launched in Germany, the regulators said, well, you cannot have a US cloud provider. It must be Deutsche Telekom Cloud. And of course, the tech providers were not very happy about that. Neither were the developers, right? That were all, love to develop for Amazon Web Services and maybe IBM and Google. Deutsche Telekom, not so much. Good luck finding the programmers, right? And so that is the other issue. And of course, one of the key concerns in Germany was, where is the data being stored? Is it secure? If it's Amazon, is it as secure as if it's really sitting on German servers here? Even though Amazon, I think, can guarantee that, the servers are sitting in particular countries. But so the data protection issue, I think, is very relevant, but it's also different by country, right? There are countries that really care a lot about data protection. There are other countries that, frankly, don't, and it's also cultural.
And it's also very interesting to note, from current work we're doing with Klaus, where if you ask an hospital operator in the UK what's going to be safer, the answer really becomes very often now it's a public cloud. It's Amazon, Microsoft, Google. I've had the WannaCry experience with my on-prem solution. This is not working. If you ask the same question in Germany, well, it's the exact opposite answer. Public cloud. That's where I want it, in my basement. On paper. So the attitude towards this is very it's very different by country and of course generations. I just wanted to add a point on your point around data and telehealth companies. So to date, the telehealth sort of vendors, they certainly look at data and analytics, but at the moment it's really around how we can queue patients to the doctor the most efficient way possible, so we don't have too many doctors compared to our level of demand, and can predict the level of demand and hence scale up our doctor pool. And giving the tools for the doctor to do a consultation in shorter amount of time rather than more, because it's an important argument to convince payers of the benefit of telehealth. If it's not cheaper than face-to-face, something is missing. But we're not, in the main, we're not quite at the stage where people are using data analytics in telehealth to deliver models of care. The main players are all looking into this and think about this, but it's not quite there yet in practice. The guidelines are still very much guidelines that you would see with a traditional physical provider, for instance.
I just wanted to add, I was just thinking about a discussion we had slightly earlier around the ecosystems. One of the issues that you have with these different ecosystems is the pressure for profitability. So one of the discussions that came up in the global hospital chain that I mentioned earlier is they said, well, people do expect us to have to deliver profit. But for some reason, with all these telehealth companies, they don't expect that, right? Even with public telehealth companies. Last I looked, Teladoc had a margin of minus 30%. I don't think they've been profitable in the last 10 years, right? And so that's a problem, right? If I'm an established provider in a brick and mortar industry with investors that expect profit, and I'm now saying I'm going to build up this digital and telemedicine platform, then I need investors that are prepared to go on this journey with me potentially with less profit. And it becomes a portfolio play to sort of say, I've got portfolio here that is established and profitable. I'm investing in this that I know is not going to be profitable maybe for the next 5 years. Maybe not ever, because it'll continue to draw in investors that are happy to go on this journey with me for the prospect of eventually being, a market power.
Do you think telehealth is, because it's so accessible, people end up overutilizing it, and particularly in kind of the new payment models where it's fee for service, that we're going to see really high cost inflation, and then ultimately there'll be a bit of a coercive outcome?
I don't know, Guillaume, any out there?
I don't think so, or at least no more than face-to-face consultation. So I think there are sort of two cases really. There is the consultation is paid by the insurer. So typically the way it works is the telehealth company negotiate with the insurer not a price per consultation, but a capitated fee per insured member per year, or per activated member, per year. So it's down to the telehealth, company to guess what's going to be the utilization, from the different, insured members, and to negotiate clauses with the insurer whether, we need to agree. We need to agree a range, and if it goes over, we need to find a way, because otherwise I'm going to go bankrupt. So that's one model. And to help with this, the telehealth vendor are pushing more and more triage solution, whether it's basic, simple questionnaire, or whether it's more sophisticated sort of triage to push the digital first before you have the consultation, or it's sort of a pre-consultation. And then you have the public players like the NHS, where clearly if it's for free, we know in healthcare there's more utilization. There's more GP consultations per capita in the UK than there is in Ireland, for instance, and the difference is significant because in Ireland a good chunk of the people have to pay for it, and that's not the case in the UK. So on that aspect, whether it's digital or not, I don't think that's going to be a huge difference. And again, the same sort of triage element to sort of direct the patient to a consultation if needs be, and more importantly to the right person first, or clinician first time around. These are some of the tools that are going to help alleviate some of that pressure.
I think just based on my experience, I haven't heard really of overutilization. I think it might be a small percentage of people that would then try and do that. I do remember there was a study done, I believe in Switzerland, also with Medgate a while ago on the fraud, because they were looking at patients that might be shopping for drugs, for example, pretending to be ill but not really being ill. And they found, I think, no difference between, the amount of times that happened in telemedicine services versus face-to-face. And in fact, with the telemedicine services, I think it was slightly lower because they were able to detect that, right? Because you can you see from your analytics how often people call. Whereas if I go to one doctor here and then one doctor around the corner and one doctor around the corner still, it's really harder to catch me. Anyways, I think was it. Well, I think it's either the one or the other kind of expanding out, right? So we have I think the example of Cree that Guillaume mentioned. So they're actually building physical infrastructure for their patients to go to. And likewise, you see companies that are traditionally brick and mortar that have expanded into telemedicine, right? Which you see quite a bit also in Finland and Sweden and others.
I mean, in between, you have software vendors who provide tools, whether for
Platforms, yeah.
physical or telehealth companies to to help with triage of patients. Some have been acquired by telehealth platforms, but if you look at what Dr. Link does in the UK, it's HMRA approved a triage solution. And it goes on the front door of GP practices, it's going to go, since it's been acquired by Health Hero, it's going to go into the front door of consultations coming to Health Hero to triage them. So that may be one of the elements of in between. And maybe the other one is the ecosystem, I suppose the testing ecosystem. So whether you are a hospital or physical provider or you're a telehealth provider, I think it'll be interesting to look into, what can I send to my patients at home, whether it's because I've discharged them from the hospital and I need to sort of monitor the post-discharge, or whether it's pre-hospital admission for specific tests, or simply because you have a consultation and you want to do a simple diagnosis.
Oh, the other famous example to me, what's in between, would be like Dr. Lib in France, right? So all of a sudden you have a booking platform provider that then says, oh, and by the way, you can also video conference about my platform, and I'm bringing together the digital patient and the physical bricks and mortar, right? But again, those systems really depend on local reimbursement, whether it's capitated and whether the doctor is really interested in paying for a platform that brings them more patients, because they're ending up earning more or not, right? So it works particularly well in France.
I'd like to answer that from Finland as well. So we are from Romania, and I see your competition here. We also that we are sort of traditional providers, and we've been able to build a digital presence so that our competitors have, I think, more than half of the population actually downloaded and used these physical in Finland. So look at what's happening in Finland.
Yeah. Yeah, great example. Thank you. Any other questions? Final 3 minutes, I think, then we have to kind of adjourn this morning, but very happy to take one or two more questions. Otherwise, thank you so much for turning up so early. Much appreciated. And I have to say, it feels almost surreal to have an in-person event like this and so many people turning up, which is awesome. Thanks. Well done. Thank you. That was good, right? Lots of questions.
This is a question for the person.
Yeah, there's a topic where I'm talking about for the telehealth vendors the NHS to outsource online consultation. There's a big issue around the doctors, what they're going to use to type the medical notes and the medical records. And, at the moment, it's like kind of really inconvenient in some cases. And if you want to link up and sort of receive test orders, and then link up with various complicated by
cross-country conditioning and lab testing only just for data. So there is no going everywhere. There's no file.
can I take pictures with them? It's a good point. I took.
We also think about, for example, because we believe that ultimately it should be oh, what is that?
We have the everything, for example, the patient.
Right.
All day live.
So I just connect and I'll send you a message just so I can remind myself to So it's book,
We could visit
I should know all of this stuff.
Yeah, where we are, the European Forum.
Yeah, no, it is what it should be. That's really the German model.
Thank you very much for the last time. With the help of your so much Thank you very
But it's also a conversation at different levels because there's a lot of value in sort of anonymized or semi-anonymized data sets to giving evidence, whether it's drugs or medical devices, etc. And so here it's not, I mean, at least so far, generally speaking, the regulatory framework allows your hospital provider, your GP provider to sell that sort of data. Yeah, and it is, yeah. And I think that's why it still works, because even if the vendors, whether it's the tech companies, or medical records companies, the health companies, or just the providers, even if the patient is the data owner, they still have data sets that can use and leverage.
In Germany, but they all don't like it. Any car, they all want to have German PC cars. Not even that, right? And we were shocked, right? All of them. Bike cleaners, and I had like a bunch of suits and a jacket that was like €140. And then when it got
yeah, I think so. I mean, especially, and there's a lot about, investor appetite. It's well funded. You have to compete for patients, so it's a branded market. So
I believe that now you should go non-Deutsche Telekom in Germany.
I'm actually Swiss. But and we have some colleagues who know the market much better than I. And I do, but certainly, the UK market for this is largely NHS, a little bit of insurers, and really more importantly, I think, in the not too distant future, corporates sponsoring their employees. And if you calibrate your utilization levels right, because corporates want to capitating model, they don't want to pay for, maybe for, let's say, on large corporates for the senior management, they don't want to pay per use essentially. So you have to manage your utilization. And what I think some of what smart companies do is they really allow the employee to switch to pay up when you reach certain utilization level. If you make it reasonably affordable, but also seamless, that's a good model. So in the UK, Babylon, you can pay a subscription yourself every year, but actually half of their out-of-pocket revenue is people start the journey as an employee, paid by the employer, and then switch to pay out-of-pocket because they run half of it.
We head down I think we're
What's your USD actually? So you actually have labs?
we don't have those software. So we use software. But software platform.
So that's why the moment is often is quite it's a little bit boring. Exactly the point is that was very funny. So who's your customer? What the case task? Or we can give them, for example, referrals. So you could make things more.
Okay, so and everybody has another message or whatever, I can use their software.
No, I don't think so.
And distribution.
And we haven't met, but I also chair a small hospital group in Ireland. So great to see you. And Ben was sort of offering I could come and see you guys at some stage and just do a little teaching.
Right. Okay. Got it.
Okay. So this is a private hospital group based in Belgium. Kings. Got two hospitals in our
I'm sure that the earlier part of 2020 was more scary than
but it wasn't particularly because we got contracted by So, but listen, I'll give you a card.
Two, hey. Two, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, test test test. Lovely, thanks. I'll send the next one in.
Yeah, it's because this morning we moved over.
Lee can use it because Lee's doing the introduction.
I'm just wondering about the slides.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll let you.
We're starting 10 minutes late.
Do we need to get big up?
There's no
Yeah.
rush actually. We're starting 10 minutes
Yeah,
late.
five-
We're starting at 9:40.
Ah, okay.
9:35.
9:40.
9:40. You've got 10, 15 minutes. That's brilliant. Yeah, I'll give it 10 minutes. You don't think where it's not.
No. Are there any changes to the script?
No one wants to worry, except I was going to do the introduction of events on these slides. No point to be said. Now a bit about the session. We go straight into introductions and all that.
Yeah.
Event slides.
Yeah, and I think if you're not that he runs that, because that actually does give it a bit of work. It's always good to have it's good to have numerical context set to see, and then we can maybe, I think the only thing that I can see a lot of people talking about, COVID, it's kind of, I think we should almost leave that.
Yeah.
Just move on. Because but it's probably the inevitable.
I think
But the whole digitalization is good. Yeah.
recovery, yes.
Yeah.
Just get out of the way.
Yeah.
And then I'll focus on this.
Yeah, and it's probably what everyone seems to be talking about is this whole digitalization, and at least from my point of view, I kind of, because I look at digitalization in elderly care, healthcare, and dentistry. There's lots of things that are similar, and then some of them that are quite different in terms of, but I think that's the interesting piece.
Yeah. And you're the join the dots man. I remember that. You're the guy. You take a view. You don't care what labels like. You have the same philosophy and analysis.
Yeah, that's all. All right. Probably gonna forget my stuff here. That's a good place to forget my pad and my phone.
I've witnessed that.
Just, if you pick up the wrong folder, you're hosting fertility or something. So I'm gonna leave mine here as well.
Dave,
Yeah.
how
I think these rules are.
Everyone's saying that.
I've spent more time coming to UK than being in UK.
Oh, the rules.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And then nobody checks anything. Basically what the UK border control has done is they push the complexity to other markets. So they basically said, it's the responsibility of the airline to check everything. Then they force feed you that you have to pay for a private test, which nobody checks.
It's insane, isn't it? The whole thing.
Basically, it's just.
And everybody has got a different story. Everybody's had a different experience, haven't they?
It's insane. And we've got two jobs, but then it needs to be NHS pass, European passes, and Swiss pass. I live in Switzerland. That's not good enough.
No, it's absolute madness.
Whereas once you're here,
Yeah.
this is just normal. It's exactly the same here as in Switzerland, as in Sweden. We're all living. It's the rules are the same. But I just heard today from Max that Sweden doesn't allow Brits in at all. And I'm all.
I don't know what's going on. I daren't even look at it. I don't want to.
Are we sure that's not just Max?
It could be just Max. It could be. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not Brits. It's just Max. But I think it's insane. I witnessed once. I was queuing for border control in Norway, in Oslo, just 2 weeks ago. I flew with the guy, the guy sat very close to me, a Swiss resident, being vaccinated in Switzerland, had a British passport. So I go with my Finnish passport, green line, nobody checks everything. The guy who gives a British passport, red line, he queues up there with all the Pakistanis.
Well, I don't blame. I don't like it.
No, I don't.
I don't like it.
No, but it's insane. I mean, the guy lives in Switzerland. He's a Swiss resident and he's Swiss all of it. And just because of passports, people then are put the COVID lines, different COVID lines. It's insane.
It is insane.
I might move.
I might move
things slightly around. I'm just being a big man. I might be blocking my seat slightly. Well, it's just ever so
I'm
slightly.
just conscious also that the slides need to be visible.
Yeah, I don't want it to be.
I don't want to block
I don't want it to be me and
the
them, but I don't want to block anybody either when I'm just a tiny bit more.
Hello there. Hi. How are you? Good. Yeah. I'm just thinking you've got
Yeah, they've been putting the lots of higher
a
behind.
bit higher so the head shouldn't come
They've
too
put them
much.
behind the window here from everything. So it should be
mean, obviously,
I'm delighted to see you've got a full house there. That's good.
you are the winning session.
Are we?
So,
I do believe in preparation early.
yes, you know,
You can.
it's
Well, it's only because I'm planning so much.
right.
We're starting 10 minutes late, so you know. So we're not starting until 9:40.
You see,
You could actually, you could stick it behind there probably, couldn't you?
this session, I think it's
glasses. I'm just going to move these round so that one's right.
You got your feng shui license? I don't like the energy.
No. I'm quite particular about it.
I prefer that. Yeah. Is there any reason you're particularly socially distancing me? No, I like it.
moderate. You want to be talking. And if anyone's mic fails,
Yes. Jeremy Khan, the audience this afternoon. Good night.
Hello? Can you? Oh, there we go.
script. You can have the.
No.
At least your mic works. We know that.
So that's the sound test.
Yep.
It worked.
It works.
I was hoping one of these would be fizzy, but I think they are.
Yeah, I don't think they are actually. Anybody want to?
Or is it on there? Okay.
And can I have that? Is that still? Thank you.
The lovely one.
Well, thank you. I have gotten
Good
confused.
morning, everybody, and welcome to the day 2 of HBR 2021. Thank you all for joining us. Before I hand you over to our dentistry panel for this morning, I just wanted to go through a couple of announcements. First of all, if any of you have downloaded the app yet, we can take Q&A 2 different ways. So if you want to ask it either the traditional hands-up method in here, or you want to put it in through the app, David will see it on the screen in front of him. So if you're shy and want to sort of ask questions subtly, then please do. Please use that. Wanted to remind you of this evening, we have a reception which starts at 6:45, a nice short walk across the river in Church House, where we'll be joined by former UK Health Secretary Jeremy Hunt, and that's held in association with our partners Rothschild & Co. Also, you might have seen a few things flying around. You might have seen some slides in the breaks, which have our infographics and data from our Deals and Insights and Intelligence services. You can find these all in the app as well to download on the downloadable content section. And if you want any more information, the man in charge of it all, David Farbrother, will be able to help you. So, David, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you very much. Morning, folks. Welcome to day 2. Welcome to dentistry. Apologies for the late starting of this session. I understand that the session before in the main ballroom overran slightly, so the timetable has been pushed back for the morning by about 5-10 minutes. So apologies for that. We have an expert panel today with, I hope they don't mind me saying, decades of experience between them. Brief introductions. We have with us Gabriela Puello, who is the General Manager of Bupa Dental Care. She was formerly the Chief Strategy Officer for the Bupa Group, and before that spent 11 years in Bupa's Spanish business. For the last 2 of those, she was General Manager. Her current role makes her responsible for defining the vision and strategy for the UK and for the Republic of Ireland Dental Business Unit. And she's driving growth through operational transformation. Gabriela, welcome.
Thank you.
Uriyo Nahainen is...
There we go.
Oh, do you know what? We practiced this before because it's so difficult for us English. Do pick me up.
52-year-old, and I don't think any Anglo-Saxon has ever said it right. So.
I got it right in the rehearsal as well. Has held a series of high-profile healthcare sector jobs, most recently as chair of pan-European dental platform Curaos. He's on the board of Ambea, and he was at the helm of Finland-based Terveystalo when it successfully IPO'd. Before healthcare, he worked in what he calls a more classical business line, including brewery, I think, from memory.
Absolutely.
Which gives him an interesting perspective. And he tells me he has a particular interest in using data to benefit the individual. Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
Christian Dubé is a partner at August Equity. He focuses almost exclusively on healthcare investments with an interest in where healthcare meets education and technology. August Equity has been invested in fast-growing dental partners, which is the UK-based dental chain since 2017. Christian, it's good to chat again. Welcome.
Thank you.
And last but by no means least, we have Ben Faircloth. Ben is a partner at LEK Consulting with more than 18 years consulting experience. Ben serves as the global co-head of the firm's healthcare sector. He's also a member of LEK's European Regional Management Committee. Ben, you're an old hand at this. Welcome back to the stage.
Thank you.
And I think you're going to set the scene for us with a short presentation, if you'd like to use the podium. Thank you.
There we go. I'm just going to talk through literally 3 slides, keeping it very brief to tee up some themes that I think we'll go through in more detail. Great to see many familiar faces in the room today, by the way. So what are we seeing in European dentistry right now? Well, this chart takes a little bit of explaining, but what it is it's Google search data on the terms dentist in 4 key languages in Europe. And it shows weekly searches for those words, all indexed back to the equivalent week in 2019. So if the line is above 100, it means people are looking more for that word in that given week. in the period you see below on the x-axis than they were in 2019. In other words, arguably their level of interest in dentistry has gone up. And what you can see is, although there was obviously a big shock with the first lockdown, the first grey block on the left, generally you've seen a lot of interest in dentistry compared to pre-pandemic levels. And I think that's a really important point. So the key message here is, not only has demand and interest been resilient, it's actually been growing, arguably. The level of interest in dentistry on the patient side, or the patient-consumer side, as I think we increasingly find ourselves saying, has been growing. Why is that? Well, it's because we spend lots of time staring at our faces now, or at least have done for the last 18 months or so. And that has really driven growing awareness. We were seeing this already, as I think many of you know, before the pandemic, but has really accelerated interest in facial aesthetics and the quality of people's smiles. It's also been helped by the fact that we see, on the supply side, the evolution of a whole range of propositions aimed at benefiting essentially from the changing landscape in the aligner world and the ability of a wider number of participants to enter that space. And so you see demand on the one hand going up significantly for cosmetic dentistry, and you see a supply side that's able to respond by coming to market with a whole range of propositions and offers to take advantage of that. What this means, and this is my last slide, so I thought I'd keep it very brief, is that generally we are hearing across Europe with the clients we're working with that acceptance of dental networks, DSOs, corporate platforms, call them what you will, is continuing to grow gradually. And the reason we say gradually is simply that I think all of us know in this room that acceptance of platforms, particularly in some countries, especially in Northern Europe, has taken time, is taking time to grow. There are very understandable and acceptable reasons why a number of clinicians feel very passionately about independence and owner-manager models, but we all, I think, have seen for a number of years growing interest, particularly from younger clinicians, often who are looking for more flexible ways of working, in the opportunities that DSOs can offer. Having said that, I think what we've seen in more recent months is growing interest in those platforms linked to some of the trends I was just mentioning. So firstly, the ability of those networks to invest behind cosmetic treatments, to invest in the hardware, the software that facilitates that kind of activity is generally greater than it is for single-site clinics and sole practitioners. Also, we see investment behind value-based offerings to aid patient access. That's particularly relevant in countries like the UK, where NHS positions, NHS patient waiting lists are very full, and very often people want to get access. I'm not talking here about cosmetic treatment, I'm talking here often about checkups and hygienist treatments and basic restorative work. And so, again, we see the supply side reacting with value-based offerings to improve access. And we also saw in the lockdowns the opportunity for the DSOs to offer something of a safe haven for clinicians. What do I mean by that? Well, the most straightforward way of describing it was in the first lockdown. We heard from a lot of dentists that were in networks saying one of the great things about being part of a bigger group was we got faster access to PPE. We had people centrally helping us understand what the regulatory environment was and helping us navigate that. If we were forced to close, we were given updates as to when it was likely we were going to be able to reopen and under what conditions. So generally, the DSO community has had the opportunity to provide clinicians and patients with more of what they've been looking for through this obviously very difficult period. And that's had a very important knock-on effect. I wouldn't want to say or give the impression that we think clinician recruitment and retention is a problem that everyone has solved and the DSOs find straightforward. It's obviously a big challenge for all networks that we talk to across the country, and indeed, across the continent. And indeed, it's a big challenge, I think, across healthcare, and indeed most industries right now are looking for people. But certainly these aspects of DSOs and their ability to service patient demand and to provide things clinicians are looking for is helping with recruitment and retention. And so gradually we continue to see the process of consolidation in Northern Europe in particular. When you look at the French and German markets, which remain really very unconsolidated, we continue to see that gradual process in some cases picking up some steam. Again, I don't want to overstate it. There's a lot of people in those countries who don't seek to be part of bigger networks, but we do see these trends coming together to support that gradual consolidation process. And in our view, that's something that is going to carry on. And then, of course, you talk about countries like the UK. Some people may say that the UK is a consolidated market. It really isn't. It's vastly unconsolidated still, and we continue to see interest in this country too around consolidation moving forward. So overall, an interesting time for the patient consumer over this period, as we've all been staring at ourselves non-stop on Teams and on Zoom, and an interesting time for the networks that have been reacting to those trends.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ben. So we can't ignore it. I'm going to have to start with COVID. Apologies. We don't want to labour certainly what's happened too much, but it's unavoidable, so let's get it out of the way first. We know it had a profound effect on healthcare services. We know that in many jurisdictions it had a serious effect on dentistry. So I guess my opening question is, not how did it affect your business particularly, but how is the recovery going? How far are we clawing back? Where are we today? Christian, I'll start with you. You're sort of 75% reliant on NHS payments, I think?
Yeah, between 70 and 75% NHS. So I think obviously COVID's sort of immediate impact across the sort of the sector, the private practices were asked to completely shut for a couple of months. The NHS practices were in the main asked to shut for a few months, with the exception of the urgent dental centres, which were effectively doing triaging, or the main practices were doing the triaging into the urgent dental centres. I think the NHS has been very supportive in the main of the sector through COVID. So we've had the UDA contracts fulfilled by the NHS, albeit with a little bit of discount for effective non-costs sort of incurred for some of the equipment and materials costs. But I think in the main, the NHS have been effectively funding the NHS practices in the anticipation, therefore, that the dentists themselves get their pay on a usual basis. I think through the back end of last year, we did see the volumes start to tick up when practices were allowed to open. I think I heard statistics. There are probably more private-focused providers here, but I think the statistics said that the private-only practices were up over 100%, sort of 110% plus on sort of year-on-year basis. So activity levels had gone up. I think the one thing that we are struggling with in the NHS part of the market now is the fact that while the contracts have been effectively continued to be fulfilled by the NHS in terms of payment, I think their requirement for delivery stood at 20% originally. We're now at 60%, and we're expecting that to go up to 85% of the usual contract, in spite of their remaining fallow time between treatments, the minimum fallow time being 10 minutes between treatments. And so you are somewhat constrained versus normal levels of activity and treatment. So it's going to be an interesting sort of few months to come, half a year to come, to see how quickly the NHS practices can come back to a slightly more normalised level of activity.
Sure. Same question, Gabriella. And are you feeling constrained by the rules and regulations that are still in place, or how are you finding it?
It is limiting. I think you've described perfectly well what the situation is that we're facing. I think one of the things that is most challenging, and especially because of the way the system is structured, we have a very big backlog. We've been asked by the NHS to prioritize emergency care, urgent care, et cetera, but a lot of the patients that are coming today, even with the needs that they have, are higher than the needs of patients were prior to the pandemic, is because they haven't had care for such a long time. So, if you abandon two, which would be, fillings, for example, you could have an average person have 3 fillings, get paid the same amount. If they're now coming, patients are coming in with 6, 7 fillings, it takes a lot longer to be able to treat that patient for the same amount of money. So there are aspects to productivity that we're finding that are challenging, and it is a balancing act to manage the expected lack of change on the IPC in infection control procedures and that 10-minute fallow period that you mentioned, and the backlog that we're having to manage, it's going to be interesting to see how the NHS dentistry is able to manage that backlog in the coming months, especially as the targets get more pressured. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet. I think there's still a long way to go just to get back to normal, even just with COVID going through. So
I think across the broader healthcare spectrum, there's obviously the pent-up demand, and I think the latest sort of, at least guesswork, is saying that there's about two years' worth of pent-up demand for even just usual checkups.
The obvious question, forgive me, we'll go to you in a second. The obvious question is, can you take advantage of that pent-up demand? Given the restrictions that are in place, are you able to use that to your advantage, to eat into it, which is of everyone's benefit, not least the patients?
I think with the NHS, you've got to be obviously quite careful. I think there's an element of, so we do a mixture of NHS and private work.
Yeah.
There has been a huge boom in private growth over the last year. There was growth, fantastic growth in the private part of the market pre-pandemic, sort of upwards, or a number of players were getting upwards of double-digit percentage growth on private revenue. I think we're still seeing that now. We're seeing the skew towards the aesthetic side of the market, as Ben talked about. So a lot on, we're spending a lot of money investing in the scanners, 3D scanners, so people can see their smiles sort of firsthand. But I think in terms of treating those sort of urgent appointments and the people that have, frankly, there was a number of people who didn't want to come back to surgery, to a practice too quickly. You're starting to see that trickle in a little bit better now, but I don't think you're suddenly going to whack out that waiting list.
Okay. Ilya, I think you've got a more pan-European perspective, haven't you, perhaps? What's your take on it, looking from a wider European view?
Yeah, I mean, I think the points around UK, I think they're quite similar across continental Europe. Each market behaved differently at different times.
Sure.
And so you would have had Netherlands being practically shut down on the first wave, whereas Italy completely opened, and Italy got shut down on the second wave. And then everything kind of went into this kind of 90% demand, whereas you needed to keep much more staff simply because of the regulation. So I think it was quite and we're clearly not out of that, but I think the situation is significantly improved this year, or now, and now towards it. And so I think, there is not one European picture, there is not one legislative picture, and so every market needs to behave at its own pace and within its own rules a little bit, and the reimbursement rules have changed quite a lot. And so the governments have taken a completely different view on subsidies, for example. And so Netherlands decides that if you're private equity owned, you're not, they look at the size of the company as the total PE group. Italy doesn't, and so it's extremely complex.
So where are you happiest then, if you're looking at your European network or your familiarity? Where would you rather be a dentist?
Oh, dentist. I think from a dentist point of view, I think the situation is relatively similar, and I think the point that Ben said, which I think is actually the key point, is that when it comes to platforms, I think quite a lot of these dentists are finally seeing the value of a platform, because we were able to put together, safety procedures, backup procedures, all of these kind of things that a smaller clinic usually did not do. So this was the first time that they are, I think, positively seeing the value added, the quality value added that a organized group can do, which I think is a real benefit going forward.
Ben, anything that you wanted to add to that?
No, I think the points are well made. I think as I mentioned, I think we see quite different levels of starting point for consolidation at the moment, but the thing that we see is pretty common across the region is high levels of interest, certainly from the investor community, in dental networks, and indeed everything that supplies it. We've touched on a couple of those things too, and there's just a lot of investment that I think is quite keen to find its way into supporting delivery of more dental care across the region.
Sure. Ignoring digital for now, because that's a topic unto itself, and we'll come on to that question in a second. But you touched on changes to the business model due to COVID. Now, it's interesting because I had this conversation with some of you before. Dentistry was always mindful of hygiene. You've got aerosol generating procedures. So the bar was already set quite high for dentistry. And yet you've been taking further precautions because you've had to.
And there's practically no cases coming out of dentistry.
Well, indeed, such transmissions as there are, they're not coming patient to dentist. They may come from the staff room if the staff are being
not from
less cautious, but not from the dentists. So how have you changed your business models, if at all, due to COVID, other than the essential sort of fallow time? I mean, you already had ventilators, did you, or that you've spent on these, or have you changed anything that you do apart from the timings? Christian?
I think, coming on to the digital piece later, I think there is an element of systems which has been very, very important through COVID. There were a lot of reception staff who were basically told to go home through COVID, being on furlough, etc. And I think that's partly because you don't want patients building up in the waiting areas, etc. But also, there's been the move to self-booking for patients. There's been a move for proper people planning in the practice. So dentists, nurses, receptionists, or sort of wider sort of support staff. I think we have, in fact, August have a separate business called Agilio, which does compliance software and HR software and online CPD for the dental sector, as well as GP, hospitals, etc. And I think we've seen a huge uptake from the individual practices who are wanting to sort of get the infrastructure there. They're years behind. I always think of healthcare as sort of a bit of a laggard in adoption of technology, and I do think that the individual mum and pups have struggled to sort of have the time and energy to spend on this. And I think this has been, we've seen it across the sector, it's been a bit of a wake-up call to actually just get this sort of infrastructure in place. You do need, everyone is struggling with staffing. How do you make sure that you've got efficient workforce planning? You do need to make sure you've got full sort of history of your staff and your dentists,
and that you have enough staff. But we'll make it onto that in a second, because that's obviously another.
Yeah, but I would add to that point. I think I can see it across healthcare, elderly care, dentistry, exactly the same thing, which is platforms have been trying to find their, let's say, their place. And really there's been this kind of conflict between a smaller clinic and a chain. Now, suddenly, the digital investments, the process investments, the quality requirements, actually this COVID time has actually somehow brought forward the need to have strong process control and quality control. And suddenly, I think, we chains come out a little bit better. There's more even playing field. And I think that's something that I find it very positive, that we with a completely different dialogue around what is process, what is quality in be it elderly care, dentistry, healthcare, and process has a big part in it. And
I would fully agree with that, and I think on top of the DSOs and the dentist realizing this and the importance of this, because I think that until now we've had to a certain degree take people kicking and screaming into these kinds of common operating platforms, common quality measures, compliance, et cetera, et cetera. But the pandemic has really brought to the fore that these things are valuable, that they're useful, and they've also changed the mindset of, of course we have to see the patient in the dental chair. There is no other way to see a patient, and all of a sudden when you can't, you find that maybe you can't do everything. Obviously you can't, but there are a lot more things you can do remotely than a lot of people thought before. And I think that it's that change of mentality that I think has really made a difference across the workforce. Now we just have to keep that momentum going, because it's just so easy to go back to how we did things before in terms of the mindset. But the platform and the value of the platform, fully agree with you that has made that's really brought it to the fore. And now where we want to go in terms of the digital bit, which we will get to later.
Yeah. Forgive me for sectioning the
No, that makes total sense. But that makes sense. But that is a base. If you don't have that, it's really hard to move to the next level.
That's exactly the point. It's impossible to digitalize unless you've centralized and you have blue books and best practices and procedures. Now I think the entire industry is more ready for digitalization than 2 years ago.
Fully agree.
And you mentioned it's an easier sell. It's an easier sell to your existing dentists who you're trying to bring with you. But presumably, similarly, it's an easier sell to those who aren't part of your group that you're trying to have join you. So how has this affected M&A? Has it made M&A easier? We talked about people perhaps knocking on the door. They want the umbrella protection of a parent company to help them out when they're looking at getting PPE, etc. How's the M&A market? Are things easier? Are they different?
We're not doing M&A at the time.
Oh, that's the wrong question. I shouldn't have addressed that to you because I am aware that your M&A department is not as populous as once it was, deliberately. No. Right, forgive me. Christian?
From our perspective, I think M&A definitely slowed down through COVID. I think we have been very focused on buying the right sort of practices in terms of the size, in terms of the UDA contract and the potential margins you can make there, what the dentist availability is like. So our chief exec there loves to talk about sheep and no seagulls. So nothing too rural, nothing too coastal, so that you haven't got a very short supply of dentists.
Yeah.
I think that's a sort of key in the M&A market. If you speak to Christie's, who do a lot of the broking in the sector, there remains a decent chunk of principal purchasing of practices. I think it's around 70 or 80% of the M&A at the moment remains from principal buyers, which surprised me actually, because you would have thought there's a lot of corporates out there, not necessarily in size of the overall sector, but there are quite a number buying. But from our perspective, you can already limit your 10,500 England and Wales practices probably to about 1,300, 1,500 of sort of the key focus for us in terms of 5 chairs and easy to recruit areas. I think when we're looking at the last year's worth of profitability of practices, you also have to be pretty smart as to, I have to say dentists are pretty savvy about managing the contract and managing their activity levels. And I think you've got to be pretty smart about making sure that you know what is a genuine sort of underlying profitability there. I know the private practices have been trading hands quite a lot more than the NHS practices over the last year. Portman have been growing very, very strongly. And I do think that's an element of the sort of the private practitioners who are taking this opportunity to exit the market, or some of them are. I think in the NHS world, it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the owners and the dentists themselves. I think I saw a statistic that 951 dentists left, 951 fewer dentists doing NHS dentistry last year. Again, surprised me a little bit because there's a number of dentists who are wanting to obviously get paid if the practice was shut, and so wanting to go back into somewhere they've got this sort of guaranteed contract. We've seen sort of sort of record level, low levels of dentist vacancy. But I do think for the owners of NHS practices, they're sort of getting their NHS contract paid on that sort of constrained supply dynamic. I do think that will change as it gets harder and harder, and you are going to see a flurry of NHS owners, practice owners, who are going to want to sell.
And in a word, am I right in assessing that as you saying you're being slightly more picky about, yes?
Absolutely, yeah. Some practices are definitely best run by principal owners. If it's a 2-3 chair practice, frankly, for a corporate, if you lose a dentist, that's half or a third of your revenue.
Sure.
At straight below you're below the bottom line by that point.
Yeah. Ben, sorry, did you want to come in?
No, I was just add one thing, coming back to these kind of strengthening of the platforms. Basically, one of the problems that dentistry, I think, has seen versus, for example, healthcare, is that when you do M&A, you haven't really had the platform to integrate to.
Right.
Now, we're seeing increasingly that the chains have a concept, systems-based, where it becomes much easier to acquire and integrate to an existing platform, which I think will, in turn, at some point in time, I think it will increase the activity.
Yep.
Right now, maybe everyone's a little bit picky because it's been quite difficult, and it's quite difficult to foresee what the market looks like in 6 months, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come back quite quickly. And that will then in turn lead potentially that smaller clinics and the multiples of a smaller clinics are going to go up, so you're going to have to be able to integrate as we go forward.
Well, that's what we saw in the Spanish market a lot, was that a lot of the clinics were being bought up, and what was actually happening was that the small 1 to 2 chair clinics were closing. and they were going and moving over. If they couldn't sell, they ended up working in the corporates because the model there was a little different. Was a lot of greenfield, but that's what ended up happening.
And if you were a small clinic, you would want to be bought by a platform. And if there wasn't a platform, you wouldn't be interested. Is that a fair assessment? Or?
Yeah, I don't think smaller. I haven't seen much small clinic activity buying another small clinic. I've seen only platforms acquiring, footprint basically or customer base.
Sure. Yeah. Ben, forgive me, I was coming to you.
No, that's right.
Thoughts and comments?
Well, I think if you go back 5 years or so, we've always been asked at LEK the question, what's the benefit to an owner of a platform, of having a platform make it bigger? And in particular, increasingly we get asked, what's the benefit of being international?
Yeah.
And we've tended to say that one of the biggest benefits is having a systematic approach to clinician engagement, ranging from how you think about clinical governance and representation at the board, all the way through to clinical benchmarking, providing access to data, consistent information, but also some of these other benefits we talked about in terms of system management, process management, that kind of thing. And also just giving a bit more structure, saying to people you can work flexibly when you want. Procurement as well, but that's certainly true on the cost side. But people tend to often ask us about the revenue side.
Yep.
And so clinician engagement, how you grow the clinician pool, is a key part of it. But I do think what's been coming through strongly in more recent years, and we have touched on a bit, is the patient engagement side as well. So helping that investment in digital connectivity to the patient, allowing online booking, giving them greater flexibility, greater choice, then talking about some of the other things I know we will come on to. But it's been interesting to watch those two topics continuing to gain pace, I think, particularly around internationalization, with the patient side arguably closing that gap on the clinician engagement side. Although, as I said before, most people we talk to still say recruitment, retention of people is right up there in terms of things that need managing day to day.
Sure. And finally, to wrap this up, I think you have views on multiples. Are multiples rising? What's the market like for M&A and pricing?
No, I would say rather that at some point in time before COVID, I think the multiples were very high. And then what often happens, and this is not dentistry alone, I think it's across all of these care segments, you see that the multiples between a large platform and a small player start to close to one another, and then they'll fall back. And I would say there's much, maybe it's more realistic levels of multiples, but I would guess that we'll see multiples rising again soon, as the activity again comes back, because the European platforms, there's going to be more European platforms, or let's say there's going to be a clear move now towards the real platforms across Europe.
Sure.
And so that will mean that there's going to be activity.
Okay. We've had a question via the app. We've got screens here, so if you want to access the app, then I can read the questions. What is the panel's view on value creation with regard to insourcing the lab activity, brackets, in Germany? Would anybody like to field that question?
I can kick off. I think if you start from the perspective that two things are important. One is that we are seeing increasing digitalization of the workflow, and that's true on the lab side as well as at the chair side, in the practice side, and therefore connectivity is growing anyway. That is an inherently helpful thing in the context of why you might think to offer your own lab services. But the second crucial thing is, and this varies by country to some degree, but generally you have to be quite careful how you manage the clinicians around this topic because they are very sensitive to it. Certainly in the UK they are hypersensitive, some continental markets a bit less so, but generally this is a super important part of the process for them, and if it goes wrong, they're the one who gets the problem with the patient, and they feel that very personally, quite understandably. So for them, the things that are typically really crucial are the quality and the speed. And so you have to, I think, if you're going to have an insourcing strategy, which generally is something I think it makes sense for most bigger organizations to think about, at least in part, for some of your needs, you need to be very focused on those two things, being able to deliver the speed and the quality, and actually, arguably, to do that in the context of giving the clinicians a choice so that they could still opt to use an in-house service or an external service. But obviously, if you're going to have in-house, you want to nudge people towards them taking that by virtue of giving them better quality and speed. So I think it's a sensible thing to think about, but it needs careful management, but the digitization of workflow helps.
Okay.
And I agree with that. We have labs. And that is a very tricky balance of gaining that benefit from the workflow. You do have to make it a win-win. You can't force dentists down that direction. And even US DSOs, where quite a lot of them have reverse integrated into labs, they don't mandate it because of that issue. The other thing to look at is that regulation varies by country. Yes. So there are countries where you technically can't yes. own the dental clinics and the labs. So, and then the dentist preference also varies. So models like in Spain, you can be much more, well, these are the labs we use. You can choose between these, but these are the ones we use, whereas in the UK, it is very much more an individual choice. So there is an awful lot of variety, but it is an opportunity. And I don't know about Germany so far.
Well, yeah, and I would only add one thing, which is very often with these things, with dental labs, I think and clinicians, I think the dialogue between how does the clinician present the choices to a patient is the key here, because you know, now that there's more and more technology, I think it's quite a big learning curve to say, well, dear Mrs. Customer, you have three choices. You can have a Chinese implant, you can have, you know, one that we do milling here, or you can have the one that we do in our own lab, and there are different, you know, pros and cons. And so that dialogue will change. And I think that is going to put a little bit of pressure to our clinicians on well, how did they present these choices. Come digitalization again in play. Other than that, I would fully agree.
Interesting. Let's deal with the question about embracing digital technology. What has COVID taught you, and indeed the patients, about embracing digital technology? What's new and exciting? What are the developments? Gabriela, do you want to open the pitch?
Well, I think going back, it's not that there's that much new and exciting. A lot of the technologies that are really growing today have been around for a while. It's been more of a question of getting people to uptake it. You know, intraoral scanners, which is, you know, the big area that is being pushed forward now and leading to that digital workflow. Well, they weren't taught at dental schools. No. And there is a big learning curve for dentists and a big investment on their part to get onto that bandwagon. And so I think that COVID, going back to what we were talking about before, has driven a little bit more of moving in that direction, both because the consumer is demanding it more, but also because dentists have seen that this is a direction of the future. It's also true that the technology is getting better, and as there is a greater interest in aesthetic, being able to show people what it's going to look like helps to drive that uptake, because you can see the real benefits of investing in that. But I think the next frontiers are really going to be moving into artificial intelligence and how we can start to use those kind of techniques, which have been around for a while, but they're starting to get to the point where they're good enough to assist in the diagnosis. And at least for those of us in countries like the UK, where there's a huge scarcity of talent, everything that we can do to maximize dentist time focused on where they add value, I think will help to enhance and improve the service that we can provide customers. So I think that there is really a move in that direction, both on the one hand because consumers are pushing it, because dentists have realized that, you know, that actually this is useful, but also as the industry consolidates and as people invest in it, it's going to drive it as well, mainly hugely driven because of a scarcity of skilled labor in this market. In certain markets, it doesn't occur in all of them, but in those where there's scarcity, this is the one way that you can expand a workforce that you have no other real way to expand quickly.
Sure, thank you for that. Uri, I think my initial question ties into what you said earlier about the need for centralization, that if you haven't got that right, you can't do anything digitally. You need to have that strong base.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about digitalization, be it in any of the care segments, I think we very often talk about the consumer-facing one, so the patient-facing one. But I would say that for me at least, I would say that there are two additional very exciting elements. One is the internal process change that digital workflows can actually allow, and the efficiency that creates, and the transparency that creates, and the quality that creates, i.e. that reduces the quality variances between individuals dramatically. And then I think we'll come on to quite an exciting piece, which I would call, let's call it medical quality, but it's really how do we manage these care flows in such a ways that we are more and more outcome based, and we are better as an industry to talk about the value we create as opposed to, you know, simply a black box and then a app. So I really like these three things, but I think when you then talk about internal workflows, I would say that it's quite difficult to go from decentralized pen and paper to digitalized workforce flows because you simply don't have any data. And so you need to modularize it and you need to centralize it. You need to start to steer some of your workflows in a very coherent manner. Then you can automize it, and then that leads to digitalization. But I think it's a journey. And if you're still thinking about it, then you're going to be busy. Because it's going to take a few years.
It's going to be a longer journey.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've worked on workflow digitalization for 12 years in healthcare, and it's still lots to do. So I think that's just the way of life now. But I really think that will create the ultimate value, which is that once we get the workflows up and running, we get the quality measurements up and running, we start to produce vast amounts of data that we can convert into quality improvements, into artificial intelligence, into prevention, into combining dentistry with general health care, all of these things. And I think that piece is extremely exciting. And but we're not fully there yet, but I think it's closer than for many, many years ago. So, and COVID has speeded that transformation up, I think.
Agree.
Christian, I can see you've had a specific question there from Tom Rial at IDH. Does anybody want to come in on that last point before I fire this question at you?
Well,
take an audience question.
Well, the only point I'd make is we'll be able to answer your question more specifically at the end of the week when the IDS show has played out in Cologne. Turns out that healthcare conferences are like London buses. You wait 18 months and then 2 show up at once. So we'll see. But I imagine it's going to be quite a lot around the post-Invisalign world and all the innovation around that. I think increasing use of elements of AI, it's a phrase that can get bandied around, but elements of AI to help with diagnosis and help that patient-consumer interface as well. And of course, just wider digitization and all the elements of the workflow that go with that. So I imagine we'll see a lot more of that. And I imagine a lot of the people in this room will probably be in Cologne later this week to see some of that too.
Fantastic.
The only thing I would add, I think there is a surprising amount of data available in the dental world compared to a lot of other, particularly care sector, for example. And obviously, it's being monitored by the NHS and the sort of the people monitoring the contracts for quality purposes and just making sure there's no sort of gaming of the contracts. But I think the likes of Henry Schein with their sort of practice software, it's actually a relatively sophisticated system, but getting the dashboards out and getting sort of meaningful data is the sort of the secret sauce that no one's done properly properly as yet. And I think there's, we're investing in things like Power BI in the business to make sure that, every incremental change you can make on sort of white space, limiting white space and sort of filling up diaries in advance has a huge, huge value, particularly when I think, do not attends have sort of gone up through COVID when people have sort of said, oh, I don't want to turn up to the practice. So I think it's a lot more around the workforce efficiency rather than sort of wholesale change. I think much of the dentist to patient digital sort of tools have sort of been implemented already, or have had to over the last year. But I think we are talking about the incremental changes around workforce in particular. Just making sure you've got, the key ingredient to keeping a dentist happy is make sure they've got a nurse. Nursing is one of the hardest things in the sector right now, across the sector, across healthcare, even in the NHS. I think pay will be going up, and it is going up. So I think that's the key, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole HR piece is then something. It's the topic on its own.
Yeah.
But I think HR, if you combine digital workforce, digital tools, and these platforms, I think we can do quite exciting things when it comes to the whole workforce management, and I think that's something we're not very good at yet, especially if you look at across European countries. So that's probably one of the areas that I think quite many will be investing into.
Okay, we're in the last 10 minutes, so let's take this question, see if there are any other questions. So Have a think, folks. To Christian, will NHS activity in the UK ever recover to pre-COVID levels? And that's from Tom Real, who's, of course, the CEO of IDH.
Crystal ball. I think there is... obviously, we've got the guidance coming on the sort of latter half of this year and what sort of the UDA requirements will be. I think NHS fulfillment has been going down a slippery slope for many years, as we've known, whichever year it was, 2012, 13, I've forgotten what it was, the contract change. But I think there's obviously a move. We have a lot of practices in Yorkshire and Humber, and they've been one of the sort of early movers in the sector around flexible commissioning. And I think that's a big change for the sector, and it's likely to be adopted pretty widely. So for those that aren't aware, I think it basically means that you can do an element of your contract through other means, sort of going to schools, teaching kids how to brush their teeth, going to care homes, etc. It doesn't always have to be done by a dentist. I think the requirement from the NHS on the UDA contracts is obviously 96% of the contracted volume, and anything below that you have to start paying back the NHS. I think the average independent, I think, was doing 92% of their UDA fulfillment. We've seen a number of the corporates slip below the 90%, sometimes purposefully, because the contract is just not profitable, and they're actually effectively swapping the NHS work for more private work. So be it sort of the incremental margin benefit on sort of private dentistry. But I think we are going to see some change in the contract. We don't know what it's going to look like, but I do think the amount of NHS work is likely to change long term. I think there's a number of people who have started paying for their they've been paying for white fillings or whatever it might be instead of the silver amalgam from the NHS, and I think we're going to see that trend continue. We've seen, I think, roll back the clocks, I think it was about 60-40 NHS private in terms of the revenue spent. You'll know this better than I do. I think now private is 3.9 billion compared to 3.6 in NHS. Right. And so I think we've got we're already on that journey. That's obviously a bit of, the volume of different treatments available on private, as well as sort of the patient awareness of what is out there, and pricing, obviously. But I do think people are getting more and more comfortable paying for their own treatments, particularly when the NHS, while the NHS are effectively paying for dentistry from the patients still have to contribute. Sometimes that contribution can be more than what the practices make back from the NHS, which is rather amusing.
Okay, a final question, I suspect.
Can I just come in briefly, because I have a stronger view, Christian. Over the last 12 months, I think we've seen a very strong migration from NHS activity to private. Clinicians have got an appetite now for doing more private dentistry in the UK, and I personally think it is unlikely we will ever see NHS activity recover to pre-COVID levels. I think it is a shift. We don't even understand yet the size of that shift, but the jury is out, and we will see further down.
I think in the US, if you look to the US where they were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, in terms of how much an average patient would pay on dentistry, we're miles behind that. So I think that's still growing. As I said, double-digit growth in private revenue is definitely still there, and we're seeing it even in majority NHS practices.
Okay, fantastic. This is now a quick fire round, folks. You can all see the clock in front of me. So, final question. In the US, there are several large specialist chains focused on implants. Why don't we see European chains focused on implants? The answer there is usually money, and where there's money, these things happen. But who'd like to address that?
I would say there are, number one, it still depends a lot by country. So that there's quite different procedures around European countries. There is nothing that says that we would not see. It's just that we haven't seen them yet. And I think it comes back into the point that I think Ben alluded to, which is there's still a little bit of a question mark out on what's the value add for pan-European chains, really. Because the markets are still quite different. There are clear points where you can deliver value, but it's not, US is still more homogeneous market than Europe is.
Yeah. Size of the market, 300
the size of the market,
versus...
plus the spend. It's a private market.
Yeah. But yes, exactly. And if you just said 10 years behind, I think that's the key difference. People are used to paying for healthcare. They're used to being a consumer of healthcare. And if somebody says, I'm an offer, I offer this, I'm good at this. Americans quite used to taking the initiative to then go and deal with that. We're used to more of in most countries in Europe, a gatekeeping model of dentistry that starts with kind of primary care, but the same person then gives you incremental care beyond that.
Sure. Final question then from me. It's probably a 1 or 2 word answer. What keeps you awake at night? So the biggest challenge that you face, we haven't really gone into staffing, so I might get a stock answer of staffing from all of you, which would be dull but accurate. Just going across.
You answered it.
Well, answered. I was going to say, yeah, that's mine.
But I've got a minute to play out, so I'm going to go across anyway. Christian.
I think, as I mentioned, it's nursing actually more than dentists that,
Sure.
that we are seeing the sort of the critical pinch point, really. And I think that's across the healthcare sector, not just dentistry.
Gabriella?
Yeah, it's workforce most definitely is our biggest worry bead.
And is that 3 across the board? Are you all in agreement about that?
Yeah, I mean, the HR definitely, and I would say, you know, if I look at different care sectors, I think we're all in this situation where we need to create much more, you know, workplaces that people want to come to, stay at, and then I think we need to create flexibility between different silos more and more. And so data will, for me, is one of those things. How do we manage this in much more transparent way to go forward?
Unfortunately, that means that we've run out of time. Please do use the app. You can ask questions on the app. You can contact the panelists directly. So if we haven't had time to address what you wanted to hear, please do look at the back of your name badges. You can find out how to access the app. You can ask questions of anybody. You can network with them. Paneler here, come up and say hello. Thank you all very much for your time, and thank you to the panel.
Dignity. It demands a rapid COVID test because we all deserve an answer. It demands your heart stays connected to your doctor so you know it's beating as it should. And a rapid test to help evaluate concussion in case something were to happen. At Abbott, we fight for these moments, developing life-changing technologies because dignity demands it.
Thank you.
You'll need to bring your badge if you're going across, and it would be great if you could also go into the app and click the RSVP link if you haven't done so already on the session, just so that we know about numbers and can make it easy for everybody to get in. Max, you wanted to talk a little bit, we've got a new investor view that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we've got this new investor view on Healthcare Business International, which enables you to immediately see all the investors in a particular subsector. So you can see, I don't know, the 80 investors in the diagnostics lab sector across Europe and their investments. And we're now at 1,000 investors, that's private equity, family offices, institutional investors, etc. And so that's free if you're an intelligence or a Connect subscriber until the end of the year. So have a look at that. Okay, fine. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Sumesh and Arjan. And we've got Anaki, I think. Oh, yes, there he is. Look, there is Anaki. Hello, Anaki. Hi.
Hello,
joining us remotely. Anaki's the chief executive of Bupa. Arjan and Arjan and Sumesh both run, basically, you run the European operation, don't you, Arjan? And your role is slightly more than Europe, isn't it? You're in charge of... digital and the health part in Europe. Digital and the health part in Europe, so digital for AXA internationally. So the aim of this session is really to give people a clear idea of where private medical insurers are going and changing, and how they see partnership in a new digital age, and what kind of digital platforms they're coming up with. So I thought it'd be a good idea really to start off with, for each insurer to really, just in a single slide, to describe what they're doing in terms of digital. Did I say that I was going to do that? No, I didn't. I was... Scared us. I am doing well here, aren't I? I'm doing so well here. So I think we start off really, we're going to go on, so we're going to look at how you see the relationship between yourselves and the ultimate consumer changing. And what is the new model you're aiming for, and then each of you will illustrate that, what that looks like in terms of digital health, and then after that we'll be looking at what this means in terms of the relationship with the providers. So it's a three-parter. So let's start off then really looking at how you see the relationship between the insurer and the consumer changing. I mean, it's been a relationship which has been quite remote in many cases, hasn't it? It's been, oh, I'm insured by so-and-so, and the first thing you know about it is when they hit a hospital and they send you the bill, and the insurer is the kind of middleman, I guess. Is that a fair description to some of what it used to be like? I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. So Sumesh, how do you see that changing? How do you see it going? What's the new relationship AXA wants with the consumer?
So at AXA, we want to transform from a payer to a partner. That's, in summary, that's what it is. So what it really means is that if we have to move in that direction, we have to be relevant and connected to our customers on a day-to-day basis. Now, if you think about consumers' life in general, across industries and how they behave, they are very deeply integrated. And I would say connected to the day-to-day life of consumers through digital technology. So if you think about entertainment, travel, think about food, we see how personalized and deep that relationship is today. Now, on the other side, when we look at healthcare, I think we are not that advanced, and we are kind of siloed in terms of what we're currently doing. So our approach at AXA and our vision is to create an open, integrated ecosystem of health, which then reduces, I would say, waste, increases affordability, but I think more importantly, provides quality and also the whole end-to-end, I would say that relationship throughout the journey is very important. Now, what it really means for us in that sense is that We want to be with the consumers, as you said, not only when they are unwell or when they're ill, but across the whole healthcare journey, with emphasis equally on awareness, which is quite important, prevention, but also mental health and mental well-being. And based on a study we recently did, we saw that the mental health issues in Europe have tripled in the last 24 months. Now, we all know mental health is a silent killer and how much impact it can create in the long-term health. And it takes a lot of work to come back to where we were. Now, on the other side, we again saw in the pandemic teleconsultation, video consultation, symptom checkers, and so many other digital technologies coming on fore. I think now the relationship between the customer, the consumer, and in healthcare is going to be fundamental with...
Sorry, hold on a second. We don't need the slides up yet, please. Can you take the slide down and bring up Hanaki again? Go on.
Yeah. So I think the whole relationship with digital is going to be a very important part of that. And the way we see that is that insurance will have a very important role to play in the future of the relationship with customers.
A much closer relationship. Absolutely. What about you, Arjun?
Yeah, so maybe a couple of things. Firstly, I need to be careful, as we're coming out of the pandemic, we need to be cautious, right?
Keep saying that.
Exactly. I think there are a couple of important trends that we see emerge that I think are going to be relevant for today's conversation, right? So the first one is what I call the elevated importance of health. I mean, there's a lot of negatives that are associated with COVID, but if there's one silver lining, it's the fact that we've all been reminded of the fact how important health really is, right? At the end of the day, if you don't have your health or your health is under threat, nothing really matters, right? Nothing else. So we see that at an individual level, we see that at an organizational level, and we see that at a societal level, right? So I think the conversation about health, for example, in organizations is rapidly becoming a boardroom conversation rather than a employee benefits conversation, which is typically what it used to be. So that's one. I think two, we definitely see the emergence of the what I call the empowered consumer, or to bring it a little bit closer to home, the empowered patient. Right? So I think what we've seen over the past sort of 18 months is that people have rapidly adopted new technology. They've been forced to do so, but it's actually given them more empowerment in terms of really organizing their lives in a more convenient way, bringing a lot of things into their home. And I think that's a trend that we're going to see accelerate going forward. So I think that's also really important. And then the third thing, and it was already mentioned by Somesh, we see this incredible increase and very concerning increase in mental health issues, right? Which I believe is probably another global pandemic that we're faced with, which might have equally severe consequences if you think about the impact compared to, for example, COVID-19. So against that backdrop, one of the things that in Cigna we've started to recognize is that we really need to address health much more holistically. So whereas in the past, we were predominantly focused on the peace of mind, knowing that you're well protected financially if you need access to care. Increasingly, we're sort of expanding that territory, and Somesh talked about the important correlation between mental health and physical health. So I think by now all health insurers have sort of understood that. We really want to try to take that conversation to the next level and really talk about what we call whole health. And what we mean by whole health is that it's not just about the individual and whether they're physically well or mentally well, but it's actually about the environment in which people operate, which ultimately determines whether or not people can honestly say, I'm healthy and I'm feeling well. And I just want to make that very tangible, right? Because it sounds a bit abstract. Think about COVID, right? If you ask people, how do you feel or how have you felt during this pandemic? A lot of people will say, I've not felt well. It doesn't necessarily mean they've been infected with COVID. It doesn't necessarily mean they've been vulnerable to the actual virus. It doesn't necessarily mean they've been diagnosed with a mental health illness. However, they've suffered from increased loneliness, lack of social interaction, worries about their financial situation, concerns about their family's health. So it's all those elements that we need to take into consideration as we start to address the whole health of an individual holistically.
Right.
And that's really our vision for the future, is to take this beyond just the connection between mental health and physical health and really start to help our customers to address all of these aspects of their world that ultimately impact their individual health and well-being.
And just as you've rebranded as from going from being an insurer to a partner, you're talking about Cigna as a healthcare provider now.
Yeah, because as you think about addressing all of those different areas, I mean, the challenge for individual consumers is that there's a wide raft of different services, provider applications that all offer bits and pieces that ultimately address different elements of that whole health that I just talked about. Who's going to stitch it together? Who's going to do the quality assurance?
You are.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what we're planning on doing.
Okay.
Yeah, because ultimately someone needs to help the consumer navigate and ultimately empower the consumer to take ownership of their own health and well-being. And that's very much what we aim to do.
Yes. Well, Inaki, what about you? How do you see the relationship between Bupa and the consumer changing?
I think, well, good morning, everybody. I think there are three ideas here. So one idea is COVID has shown how ready the health industry is prepared for digital. So I think consumers are really demanding us to be much more digital, but also doctors. Doctors are super ready to be super digitalized. And I think that we need to accept that probably the whole system, the public and the private and every stakeholder were not really ready from a digital perspective, and we need to hurry up. So in the future, I see much more digital relationships with our consumers, many more, and mobile phone will be the king here. So second idea is that because COVID has been so big and so invasive, so COVID has taken like everything of our industry. So, but let's not remember that before COVID, there were tendencies happening that I see that after COVID, they're gonna come back because it makes a lot of sense. And I'm thinking about health programs, chronic disease management programs, coaching mechanisms, but digital triage. I mean, programs that are taking care of the health of people, and they're happening through a coach system that connects to you through a digital mean, probably in the majority of the cases, the mobile phone. So this is coming back soon, and we need to be ready for that. And the third thing for me is also new technologies that were developed before COVID. Now, because of COVID now, again, it's taking like everything, but doesn't mean that are not gonna come back. And I believe when I say new technologies, I'm thinking on things like genetics, so sequencing the genome, also proteomics, probably improving the genetic sequenciation. I think that is also another tool that is going to influence very much on the way we take care of the health of our consumers. So those three tendencies, as soon as we have a bit of breath, because of COVID, are going to come back very quickly, all of them together, and we need to be ready for that.
I like the idea of a coach, of somebody who is a digital coach who I can talk to once a week. I mean, I need to lose weight, and I've got a bad hip. I should be doing Pilates every day, but I kind of don't get around to doing it, and I've got slightly raised blood pressure, so I'm worried about that. So it'd been great to have a coach, and if I had a coach, I could do these things, and I could do more things medically as well. I could go and see doctors. So the problem, in a sense, is if you provide a coach, aren't you going to encourage people like me to spend more money on healthcare? And you're going to have to pay for that, aren't you? Because I'm insured with you. So there's a balance, isn't there? I mean, I love the idea of a coach, but actually you don't want people to... Can you really build coaching into this, do you think, Inaki?
Yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, yeah. So probably, Max, we need to recognize that we are like starting in this journey. But let me tell you an example. For example, a diabetes program, coach-based program, I'm thinking in one place where we have a program for diabetes that has 150,000 customers into that program. After 4 years of being of operations, we can now tell you two things. We have learned two things. One thing is that 15% of the hospital frequency of these patients with diabetes has been reduced because having a coach, it gives them orientation. So now they know what they have to do and when. So, because when they don't have a coach, they go to the hospital, and very clearly you can see all of that frequency can be optimized very, very quickly. And the second thing is that a coaching system like this provides comfort and security to the customers, so they tend to be with you more years. And the simple analysis here is that the customer with the chronic disease and the family are more happy with you because you are providing something extra that you were not doing this before. And much more analysis to go. So this is the starting point of the analysis.
And how many people do you find want a coach? I mean, presumably not everybody wants to have somebody who they...
Yeah, and probably, to be honest, Max, I was using the terminology coach probably not technically in a very precise way. So I'm more thinking, I mean, the programs that are now being more successful are those programs that are linked to a chronic disease episode, diabetes, hypertension, obesity, all of these sort of things. And probably the coach is not really a good terminology. It's more like a nurse that is constantly with you, is checking your agenda, is checking what you're doing, is connecting you with other people that are going through the same, is providing you information. So all of that, and many, many people. I mean, look, out of a portfolio of, let's say, the average of a 1 million, imagine a portfolio of medical insurance of 1 million. If you offer programs like this, you can have 15 or 20% of people joining those out of those that have a chronic disease episode, you can have 20, 25% of people, maybe, I don't know exactly the number, but in that space that would be very happy to join a program like this.
Right. And Max, I think that notion of partnership can take a lot of different shapes and forms, right? So it can be an individual coach. But for example, what we've seen based on a lot of the research that we've done is that a lot of people actually expect their employer to play a much more active role in supporting them as they try to address that whole health that I was just talking about.
In America or in Europe? I mean...
So that was across Europe.
Yes.
So way beyond just offering health insurance, which is traditionally the role that employers have been playing, is really addressing the awareness issues, the prevention issues, across a wider spectrum, including financial security. So I think whether it's the individual health insurer, as was just explained, or whether it's the insurer through an employer offering those type of services, the key is that people are crying out for better support as they try to address this pretty urgent and pretty complex issue.
And you're really targeting the SME occupational healthcare kind of space, aren't you? I mean,
yeah, but also larger corporations. Yeah.
I mean, to what extent are Europeans open to this? I mean, the people say, don't they, that in the States, you know, your employer provides the service, but then again will also tell you what you've got to do.
Max,
you've got to jump.
Just to take a bit of a provocative view here, you know, given working with all these different countries in Europe and outside. So I think nowhere I've seen anybody get up in the morning and say, wow, I want to utilize more healthcare. You know, I think that's not what people get up and say, okay, I like to watch Netflix throughout the day, but certainly not utilize more healthcare. So I think this perception about saying, you know, it will increase use of healthcare, I think is not correct. I think the reason why that happens is because of lack of awareness. Because if we can make people more aware about what is important for them, I think in the long run, I don't believe that all of this would increase cost of health.
It should decrease, in fact.
Absolutely.
So you're going to give everyone a coach?
Well, I can explain more about what we plan to do, but I think conceptually, in my mind, if you're looking at a 3, 4, 5-year time horizon, which is what health insurance customers are, I think it's a great investment to make people aware, and you will see the healthcare costs go down.
Because it is, I mean, the thing you all face is a lot of churn, isn't it? In particular in markets like the UK, where brokers churn people very regularly, don't they? So you really want to avoid that, and that's a huge extra cost, isn't it?
Yeah, but I do think a lot of the employers are also beginning to understand that this is, to Samesh's point, an investment that has a very clear and measurable return, and that return is not going to come within 1 year. So yes, you can be opportunistic and always go for the cheapest provider in the market, but ultimately it's going to come back to bite you, because if you're not structurally investing in the health and well-being of your workforce, you know, ultimately you're going to see a healthcare cost go up, and then it doesn't matter to which insurer you're going to go. You're going to have to pay that increased premium. And that's why I said at the beginning, this is increasingly becoming a boardroom conversation, because it's no longer about just offering nice employee benefits. This is about investments that have a very clear and measurable return. And it's on us. And it's on us to help employers understand what that return looks like.
Yes, particularly in the world of labour shortages.
Yeah, and we're faced with a massive war on talent, and that's only going to increase.
Yeah.
And again, that's why I come back to the research that says that 75% of people is actually looking at their employer and saying, what are you doing for me to help me improve my overall health and well-being? So it's going to be a massive differentiator. So I don't think employers have an option. They will have to invest in this.
They'll have to invest.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that. You're seeing
For sure.
big in. What kind of uptake are you getting? I mean, you say that. So, I mean, are you then seeing the growth of your employer-funded policies going up by 20% a year?
This is not a new thing, right? Because I think we've all, the company's representative have all been actively offering health services to employers that they can make available to their employees.
Yes.
And we've seen that sort of percentage of revenue coming from those health services versus the traditional insurance go up each and every year. So that's just a trend that we anticipated is only going to be accelerated going forward.
Right. Okay, fine. So now I asked each of them to prepare a slide so that we can see what this really means in terms of digital health, the digital health offering, what tangibly they're really talking about. So we're going AXA, we're going Sumesh, and then Arjun, and then Inaki. Each have got about 5 minutes, or less. So crack on, Sumesh. Show us your slide.
Max made us work hard on this, so I think I will try and be as precise as I can. So, I think right now, AXA in Europe, if I just talk about Europe right now, is quite large in size. So for us, we were not starting from scratch. So we today have teleconsultation, claims management, digital claims management, orientation to network, well-being. All of that exists in each of our European market countries. The problem is that it is currently, in general, in the market, it's siloed. So when customers come in, for example, if I've had a knee surgery and my insurer has paid the claim for that knee surgery, my well-being app still tells me to go and run 10,000 or 15,000, 20,000 steps. Now, that, if you compare to the world of, let's say, Netflix or Amazon, is quite, different because they know exactly what we are looking for. So our intent was, of course, you can add many more services there. It's obviously an open question all the time. But I think what we are trying to do is moving from a siloed structure today to a more integrated ecosystem. Now, what that means is that...
So this is what it's like at the moment.
Absolutely.
With the person with all question marks about which tab to tick on.
Yeah.
Then you've shook hands with Microsoft, and this is the new system.
Yes. So the idea is that today the complexity is with the consumer.
Yes.
Now, we hope that we can do everything in the world and become the company that is the place to go on healthcare, but that's not going to happen because, we are not a technology company, and if you're talking about phygital, which is physical and digital, it's pretty much creating a virtual hospital or a virtual clinic without having to go to one. And that's why our partnership with Microsoft, what we call as digital healthcare platform, is quite important because it brings the best technology with our know-how in AXA, but more importantly, it is meant to be an open ecosystem, which means tomorrow you don't be surprised if you see other insurance companies here, if you see governments and regulatory bodies, and that's the intent, that we want to make an open virtual ecosystem where we don't compete on knowledge or information, we compete on quality of what we provide. So simply put, there are three very important components of that. The first one is, we are all used to the worlds of Siri and Alexa, and we say, tell me about something, and it just tells me. Why can't we go to one single place for healthcare? So I think the first layer is about orchestration and taking all the complexity away from the user. I'm not saying the back end would be very simple, but at least the user doesn't see the complexity. So first one is orchestration. The second one is services, and how do we connect these services together? Because symptom checker, telemedicine, drug delivery, prevention well-being, these are things that these are means to achieve an output. These are not the output. So you don't get up and say, I want to do teleconsultation. You want to get well from a medical condition you're facing. So these services need to be connected and talk to each other. And finally, there needs to be a strong data backbone that makes sense out of data, of course, in a regulatory compliant way. It needs to start to make sense of what all of this means. Now, we are already live in Italy and in Germany. And in Germany, we are working with other competing health insurance companies, the private ones, to kind of reduce the cost of care, but at the same time improve consumer experience. And the idea is that...
So you've already got other insurers on the German side?
Yes, it is. So we have Debica and others. So we are all together in that, and we are working together to create this affordable ecosystem, as we call it. So Italy and Germany is live. Spain, Belgium, UK, and Switzerland go live in the next few weeks. And as we move on, we add more and more like-minded partners across pharma, medtech, health tech, providers, governments, insurance companies, all of that.
And anybody can go in and access the symptom checker. So you've got a front end, which means that people who are not AXA customers can actually start to engage and register.
Yeah, so we deal in terms of use cases. So, and that's the beauty of an open platform, right? Because nobody will come to AXA's website and call it an open ecosystem. So the idea is that there are all these building blocks available. Anyone could actually come and create their own use cases. So tomorrow, if a pharma company wants to create a diabetes program, they could actually plug and play, work with AXA, work with somebody else, put together a solution. So for example, if you look at Italy, in Italy, one of the biggest problems we have is that these people in between who have young children and old parents, where do they go to when they have a day-to-day medical condition? And the use case is, if you have a problem, we will give you all the tools that you can decide, personalized, and you can choose what you want to do. So for example, as I said, awareness is a big problem. In Italy, we use Symptom Checker as an awareness tool. We don't use it as a medical tool, we use it as an awareness tool for people to really understand how serious is my stomach pain. Should I go to a doctor? Should I do nothing? Because if you Google, it will tell you, go to the hospital or do nothing and go to sleep. So I think it's, we have to get away from that, and that's why it causes extra healthcare costs. Because if people are aware, if they don't have to do anything great, but if they have to, then they might as well go to a doctor sooner rather than later.
Okay, fine. Fantastic. Okay, fine. Arjun, show me your slide.
Yes.
Can we have Arjun's slide?
So my slide looks very different. And again, I want to go back to where I started this conversation, which is that notion of whole health that I just talked about. And I'll explain why my slide looks very different, because, I'm hugely excited about the opportunities that digital and digital health creates, right? Don't get me wrong. And obviously, we've seen a significant increase in the utilization of digital health services, right? So telehealth, we've seen an increase in the utilization of telehealth during the pandemic of 500%, right? So it's massive. But at the same time, I want to, and this might be a little bit controversial, but I just want to make two what I believe are quite important comments. One, digital health is not the be-all, end-all, right? Yeah. So I think a lot of people, and we're seeing that as we speak, as healthcare systems open back up, a lot of people are very keen to go back into the physical healthcare delivery system, right? So physical care will continue to play a really important role. So that's one. The other thing that I think is important to note here, and that's why I don't have a slide that specifically focuses on digital, is because at the end of the day, digital is a means and it's not an end, right? We're not doing digital for the sake of digital. We're doing digital because effectively we believe that it is an effective way to complement physical care as we try to address people's whole health and really be that partner that we aspire to be. So what's important for us is that, one, we start to look at how digital health services and physical health services really come together. So it's not or, it's not one or the other, it's and. And we absolutely see an important role for digital health services to complement physical care. But you've got to be really smart about how you design these customer experiences. What that means is that we'll continue to invest in expanding the range of digital health services that we make available. And like AXA, we have a symptom checker, and we have telehealth services, and we have employee assistance programs. And again, we'll continue to expand on that. We just launched a new service, which is, we call it Stress Wave, which basically allows you to measure your stress levels through your voice. So by me talking, artificial intelligence powered technology actually allows you to understand how stressed I am right now. So quite an interesting technology that we think is...
Can anyone log
Yep.
in? So I can go onto Cigna?
Yes. Yeah, it's available to anyone.
Go and have
and literally in 90 seconds, you talk into your phone or you talk into your computer, and in 90 seconds, the technology is able to tell you what your stress level is.
And you've got financial health on there, so...
Yeah, because as I mentioned earlier on, one of the key sources for stress and mental health issues is that people are really worried about their financial situation now and in the future. And of course, COVID has only accelerated that problem because people are uncertain about losing their jobs, they're uncertain about what the future will hold for them financially. So we believe we have an important role to play there. So this is not just about traditional health solutions, this is also about financial protection, financial education, which can ultimately help people to put their minds at ease.
Maybe I'm a 30-something living in London, paying a lot of rent, and I'm not feeling very good financially. So how do I interact with Cigna?
Well, one of the services that we're working on is really a tool that will allow you to sort of better understand your financial situation, do more of sort of your budget planning, help you understand where you have the opportunity to save money. So again, expanding that definition of health way beyond the traditional boundaries of physical and mental health.
Right. Okay.
But I think the other important thing I just wanted to wrap this up on is at the end of the day, this is about integration, so reinforcing the point that Somesh made. It's really about making sure that we design seamless healthcare experiences for our customers. And they don't really care about physical or mental health, right? They just want to be able to access the right care at the right place at the right time, and I would add to that, at an affordable cost, right?
Affordable
really.
price.
Yeah. And virtual health has a really important role to play in keeping healthcare affordable, because in many instances it can be a more affordable alternative. But again, I just want to make sure that we don't overplay the importance of digital health solutions as sort of the be-all, end-all. It's really about designing these integrated online, offline experiences for our customers. And again, customers can't figure that out themselves. They're going to need help to do that. And that's where Cigna comes in.
Right. Okay, fine. So let's, thank you very much. So Inaki, let's have a look at your slide. Aha, rainbow.
My slide is also is a bit different from the other ones. My slide is more like a long-term vision. So you see a symbol on the top, it says 3x6 strategy. This is the name of our current strategy. So this is part of our job, but this is the end. So we are pretty far away still to have all of this. So where are we now? So 5 years ago, Bupa developed a platform called Blua. The last release is called Blua U. We launched this platform in 2 countries, and today this platform has three capabilities. One is you can talk to the doctor, not only primary care, but also specialized in 33 different specializations. 3,500 doctors available, and this system is now being used by 2 million people, 2 million members from Bupa. We're doing in this system like 3 million digital consultations, which reinforces the point that Arjun was making, which I totally with him. I mean, digital is a complement, so it's not a mean by. It's just a mean by to an end. At the end is our customers need to get a good service, no? And also we believe in Bupa very much that a doctor available to you in your mobile phone has to be your doctor. So it's a doctor that you see in the morning in the hospital, and then in the evening you can talk to him on the mobile phone, and you can review with him the analysis that you made in the morning. So this is the thing. We don't believe in external platforms, so in where you can talk to a doctor, but it's a doctor you don't know. Okay, so the full system is built up this way, so you can talk to a doctor. So the second capability is you can have a health program available for you with a coaching system. We have 400,000 people already here in the system. And then the third capability is hospital domiciliation. Let's say low profile of this. Okay, so this is more built up for people that already took a surgery in a hospital. Normally these people would stay longer in the hospital, but we're trying to see whether this person can go home, and we can monitor their health through a machine that keeps connected to our system. So this is where we are now. We are launching this platform in the next 18 months in all of the Bupa jurisdictions in the world. So basically this is where we are. So, and what you're seeing is more like a vision, long-term dream.
And that's the 3x6 strategy. So that'll be launching in the next 18 months. Did you say 2 years?
Exactly. So in the next 18 months, this Blue IU concept will be implemented in all of the Bupa in all of the countries where we operate.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you.
So I guess I mean I hear very many different things when it comes to telehealth and insurers. That you hear first of all that a lot of people are using these and taking them up, and then you hear, no, actually, not very many people took this up and used it, and and you hear of a partnership between an insurer and some Californian company which cost $1 billion, and then you hear, oh no, they've got a new partner now. So it's like, as an observer watching it, it's slightly kind of weird. Do you know what I mean? Do you hear what I mean?
Well, Cigna just acquired MD Life in the US, so I think that's a pretty clear statement that we're really bullish on this, and we absolutely believe that that's the future.
MD Life being
a very large telehealth provider,
right,
in the US.
Okay,
yeah,
you've acquired it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, have you got any stats on what sort of uptake you're getting? People, how many or policyholders, when you offer them this kind of stuff, actually use it?
So I'll tell you, in terms of, we went live, as I said, within the pandemic itself, so 9 months back in Italy and Germany. So just to give you a sense, I think we don't look at it saying how many are using teleconsultation and how many are visiting the doctor. Of course, it was different in COVID.
Yes.
For us, the way we look at it is, what was the problem that the customer came up with and what happened in the journey? Because, for example, if they don't need to do teleconsultation, the idea is that we should go to the customer when they need the service. So if I just take that as a benchmark, in Italy, when we went live in the last 4 months, we've had 600,000 visitors on the, I would say, platform, the platform that we have. And out of that, I would say around 40% of them did symptom checker assessments. Interestingly, half of them didn't do anything after that, which is great news, because that's my point on awareness, that if people say, okay, I'm fine, I don't need to do anything, that's fine. But then we realized, and it was very interesting because it's all very new for us, we realized that actually in between that digital channel to going to a doctor, people actually in Italy felt very comfortable talking to a pharmacist. And then what we did was we integrated the output of the symptom checker with the pharmacy chain, which then allowed them to go and chat with the pharmacist next door, just walk down and talk to them and take medicines. So 50% got filtered there, and then the remaining 50% eventually went to a doctor. So for us, using digital is, as mentioned by Aaron and by Iñaki, is not the benchmark we look at. We look at saying, what was the problem and what happened? And did we lose the consumer in between? Because one of the biggest challenges we have is that people do symptom checker, also go to a doctor, also do teleconsultation. And the question is, why is that happening? Why are people not getting satisfied with what they're getting? And why is the journey getting elongated every time? So I think that's the core for us. How can we solve the problem as early as possible by making sure that they get the right treatment?
Right, and the 600,000, that includes non-AXA patients then?
Yeah, so our symptom checker is free
yes.
for everybody in Italy. It's for every citizen.
So 600,000 unique individuals visited it. How many AXA?
So we don't monitor that. So in symptom checker, we have 600,000 people. Yeah. Now what we know is that out of that 300,000 people are people who use teleconsultation either as an AXA policy or you can actually buy a policy, or you could actually take a service as well. So we have a different model there. You need not be always an insurance customer to be able to use all the healthcare services. You can also buy a separate services policy to be able to access that. So 300,000 of them were actually either AXA insurance customers or service customers.
Right, yes. And it was generating revenue. It's generated a certain amount of digital people purchasing.
Yeah, there's a subscription model, and then there's the insurance model, of course, so including both of them.
And that subscription model has got reasonable take-up levels, or?
I would say yes, because obviously we have just gone live, so we can't expect a lot of revenues. But I think it's quite economical. It's around 74 euros per year for individual, and 134 per year for a family of 4. And in that, you've got a lot of different services in place. But if you visit a doctor personally, you get a discount, but you still have to pay from your pocket. So there are different models about how we work, but it's quite flexible in that sense.
Right.
Yeah, and Max, I think the question, how many people are using telehealth is an interesting one, but maybe even more interesting is how many people feel the peace of mind knowing that they can use it. And I would argue that's even more important, because at the end of the day, I'll give you a practical example. We have the privilege of serving a lot of the large intergovernmental organizations in the world, right? And their staff members are being sent to war zones, refugee camps, the most remote areas in the world. Many of the organizations have acquired telehealth services from Cigna. The peace of mind knowing that if you're being sent to a remote area, that you can always talk to a doctor on your phone in your own language, that's massive. So yes, it's important that people use the service, but the peace of mind that comes with knowing that you can use the service is equally important, if not more important.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay.
If I may, Max, do you mind if I jump in?
Now it's going to come to you.
So, look, I think Max, for me, it depends on the value you provide. So I remember now that 3 years ago in Chile we did an exercise with a telco company to build up a mini plan with a health digital health support, but it was totally separated of the business. It was like a new platform. It was supposed to be really low cost, very low premium. The usage of that was very, very low. So, but my own interpretation of that, it was because it was like a new service. Doctors, you don't know. There was complexity on the operations, but on the other side, during COVID in Spain, we were very happy if the system was doing 300 digital consultations. During COVID, that went to 6,000, 5,000, 6,000 a day. Now after COVID, it's more on the 5,000, 4,500 on that space. And for me, it depends on the value. So at the end, as we said before, if you can talk to your doctor, not another doctor, and if the technology works well, and if your health information is there, I think the usage moves, grows very quickly.
Very fast, yes. Yes, okay. So looking at all this stuff, I mean, what does all this mean for the relationship that you have with providers, the hospital groups, etc.? I mean, and again, I would caricature perhaps that in the past, often insurers haven't really focused very much on that relationship. Maybe they focus more on the broker, the front-end relationship, which generates the sales. Or perhaps I'm being very unfair. But that's and also, I mean, insurers often say we're going to measure quality, but when you actually come to the crunch, you don't, because you've got a big A-brand hospital in Singapore or somewhere like that, and you know they've got to be on the policy. And if you go to them and say we don't like your quality, they'll say bugger off. Or whatever. So in other words, there's a financial nexus here as well. You know, so what price are they going to be? You're going to be paying these people. So the quality argument may be. So how does this change? Or am I being very unfair? So what do you think, Arjun? What do you?
No, I don't think you're being unfair. I mean, listen, I think for me, the outcome of everything that we talked about for the past 40 minutes is that increasingly we need to look at providers as partners, right? Yeah. Not as suppliers of a service, right? This is a true partnership. If you're serious about this ecosystem, if you're serious about creating seamless healthcare experiences for your customers, where they switch between online and offline health services, you know, the physical healthcare providers will continue to play a really important role, and we need to really see them as partners in this approach, this customer-centric approach or this patient-centric approach. So there is definitely a lot more that we can and should be doing there. I think you're being a little bit unfair when you say, well, you don't really care about quality, because we do care about quality and we measure quality. And we have a global provider segmentation program, which is very much based on quality outcomes. So
and
we
that's
measure
now
that.
Publicly available, isn't
yes,
it?
that's publicly available. So we've started, and we roll this out region by region, but we're actually starting to publish sort of the assessments from a quality perspective as well. And of course, yes, of course, that hospital in Singapore is important. But at the end of the day, if we feel uncomfortable sending our patients or our customers to that hospital, we won't. And then that's also a problem for them. So I think increasingly we see steerage becoming more important. And again, that plays perfectly to the notion of we're being the navigator, the coach, the partner, whatever it might be, sort of empowering the customer to make the right healthcare choices. So steerage is going to be really important for us as well. And I think that's also what our customers are expecting from us. And it's not nice if you're a hospital and all of a sudden a large provider like Cigna is basically no longer sending their customers to your facility. So I think we definitely have leverage there.
Have you done that?
Yeah. Yeah, we've done that, absolutely. Yeah, listen, again, I mean, we have a network of more than 1.5 million providers around the world. there are quite a few that we used to do business with that we no longer do business with.
Yes.
And that's very much based on health outcomes as well as fraud, waste, abuse, and all of these things that unfortunately are also happening. So yeah, we take an active role there. But again, I want to stress the importance of partnership. And to be able to operate as partners, we need to do a much better job in sharing data. And we need to make sure that incentives are ultimately aligned to health outcomes rather than only volume of care. So value-based care arrangements are going to be increasingly important, something that's quite common in the US, that we would like to see more of in Europe as well, because that's ultimately where the incentives are going to become aligned to the interest of the customer or the patient, and as well as the insurer.
Yes, yes. And Inaki, how do you see the relationship with the provider changing?
Yeah, so a bit the same message as Arjen looks. So, but I may add probably just the fact that I am seeing that with big hospital groups, probably because the world is getting more complex, as we have seen, you need to probably get into longer term agreements. The old approach of 1 year agreement on all of this, I think it's done. So if we want to be partners, we need to start moving together in a 3-5 years term. And the only comment I may also add is that you know, this is a new possibility to find new partners, because you see that probably hospitals in the past that, I don't know, for example, they didn't have the size enough, but they have a big view, big strategy about the future. So then you find, you know, this hospital is going to help me more with my own objectives for the future. And the opposite, you know, big hospitals, they're not moving enough and they're not moving quickly. You might think, you know, we probably would reduce, you know, the activity here to put more activity on the other side. But the same. I mean, we are partners here. The targets are the same. The vision has to be the same. Long-term view and start moving.
Right. And Sumesh?
So, you know, I think if we just zoom out for a minute in terms of and think about, we don't have a problem of plenty in healthcare. Let's be real about it. We actually have a problem of few. So I think in the way I see it is that we have to have a way to deliver the outcomes to the customers, as you know, we've been talking about. But more importantly, we have to make sure that how do we define outcomes? Outcomes is what the patient believes is the right thing for them. So I think we also run, like Bupa, we also run our own hospital in some countries. And the core is how can we work together, improve productivity of doctors so that we can get the most out of it. We do send customers to expensive hospitals. It's not that we don't, provided we believe that the outcomes are going to be good. So I think that's the way to go about it.
I have a question here from Giuseppe Recci from Affidea, who's saying, what is your strategy about moving into the provider space? It seems to be a growing trend which might create a negative impact. In other words, he's perhaps worrying about vertical integration.
Yeah, we don't.
You don't? No.
No, Cigna will not go into healthcare provision in the traditional sense. We don't own any bricks and mortar healthcare facilities, and we have no ambition to do so. We think running hospitals is a very different art and skill than running a health services company. And also, I think it allows us to provide that objective view to basically say, you know, this hospital doesn't no longer deliver the quality that's required, we'll take it off the list.
Right.
Which I think if you own facilities, it's going to be quite difficult to do that, right?
So potential conflict of interest. What about you, Sumesh? You're kind of being very, how would you describe it? Sometimes you buy and sometimes you don't.
We're selective, but it's quite simple.
Yes.
Because Europe is not one single thing, it's not as simple as that. So we go where we can access our customers as early as possible in the life cycle. So in our definition, based on the country's social system and the quality of care, we only are very selective about in which countries we would have, if any, and what kind of facilities we'll own. So in Spain and in Italy, we have primary care clinics and we have very specific things that we own. But in general, our strategy is not just to go...
Yes, you've got some diagnostic centres in Italy, haven't you? You've got 5 or 6, have you?
We've got 5, 6, and we are increasing that. So
you're increasing that. Yeah. So you are competing with Affidea in Italy.
That's what I'm saying. It's not really competing because we're not going to own hundreds of hospitals. The idea is that if we can make an impact by being early in the life cycle, why not? but very selectively
Yes.
3 countries right now.
And in Egypt, you own some hospitals, actually,
Yes,
don't you?
we are building hospital in Egypt as well. So it's Egypt, Italy, Spain. Those are the big countries where we're working on.
Right. Okay, fine. And you, Inaki, you own hospitals in Chile, Spain, and you've got a dentistry in the UK. So you're very heavily into the provider market, aren't you?
We also, So, I mean, we also have hospitals, I mean, in other places, like, for example, in the UK, but also so what works well for us in the past, and we pretend to remain the same, is part of our medical activity to happen in our own, let's say, Bupa-branded hospitals and clinics physically. That number today is around 20%. Some places is a bit bigger, some places is a bit smaller. And the idea here is to use the best third-party provision to offer that to our customers at an 80% of the activity. So 20% own, 80% external. We pretend to keep doing the same for the future. And also we are now building also digital provision that we believe is very relevant because of what we have already said, but probably also in the same proportion. So we, so no big change on our strategy in this question.
Right. So it's 20-80 kind of rule, really.
Roughly speaking, yeah.
And owning those service providers helps you because it means you get insight.
It helps us by different meanings. If I explain, I have the risk of getting a bit too long. But it helps us. We are happy doing that.
Okay, fine. Okay, well, thank you very much, Inaki. So we'll stop there then, because we've come to the end of our time. So I'd like to thank the panel. Thank you very much. Great session.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Arjun and Somesh, you're here for the day, are you? You can mix and mingle with delegates. And Inaki, you'll take any questions from people? Yeah. Okay, great.
Sure, I'm getting already some, so yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
The next section, we're going to take a short networking break now, and then the next session won't be anything up in here for the next hour. It'll all be down in the ballroom, and that is
dignity. It demands a rapid COVID test because we all deserve an answer. It demands your heart stays connected to your doctor so you know it's beating as it should. And a rapid test to help evaluate concussion in case something were to happen. At Abbott, we fight for these moments, developing life-changing technologies because dignity demands it.
No, I couldn't. Oh, you know all till about there. Yeah. TV, and then we got some good food as well. We had like an honest burger. Delivery. Really good burger, and then it was like one of the shortest delivery times, and it was like, oh, that's good food and quick, and then I can go to bed. So. I don't know, I probably asked before, but what happened with, obviously, 4-wall and smart, all of that now? Because obviously you're still smart digital. So. And like, obviously, like you use us and other people, and not smart AV. So,
Well, no, so
they also did they give you like discounts or anything? Or?
Well, no, so for screens, yeah, certainly. And they asked me to quote for
I know a lot of people left. Well, left and were made those.
Yes, I know.
We use Smallwall for the American tour, company. So that's how I know Smallwall. But obviously, yeah, they branched out to European, UK, basically by buying smart. And everything out there is just normal, isn't it? I know one of our... Yeah. Because I know a lot of people flew over there like to go and do work because they were like, sort of open and busy. So I know one of the guys, Eddie, he does mainly just E2 and some media service stuff, but he was out in Dubai for like 4 weeks doing like work, and he did the projection on that big dome thing. There's like a expo thing, new building. I can't remember what it's called.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's loads of
Well, yeah.
So, again, they've had some big events. So, we did Darren House, massive expensive whole training centre. That's probably delay. We did that, but we did it virtually. We did cover virtual and
Yeah.
And then we're back up there to John Tech, but only doing some building some stands.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the only sort of ever good thing. Is just like it's just t-shirt weather all day, every day.
Yeah, and especially that time of year, going earlier.
And then you just walk inside and you get aircon. So it's it's like. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously, hopefully, what it looks like. But I did a lot of like the Milwaukee stuff. They always did really big events, like ever. The tool company. Milwaukee. Yeah.
Oh, right.
They make all the, like one of the biggest, especially in the US. But they do a really big show like every sort of February, March, basically. At the same time as ICE, which is why I haven't been at ICE for the last like couple of years, because I've always done this one. And it's usually like a month, like a big event. Well, that's why I get paid really well for the events. So it's normally like a month, and it's media servers, and it's basically like a glorified PowerPoint, but they really push it to the max sort of thing. And like they obviously had to cancel. It was meant to be Stockholm. They've cancelled it. And then they went fully virtual with like an Unreal Engine kind of thing. So they've gone into that a little bit, not as much as I would have wanted to, but I didn't really know it that well, so I only did what I could. But they're on about like their Stockholm one like coming back next year and stuff, so that should be really good actually. Because they have the event in one place, and then they have like for 4 weeks they bring in for 2 days they bring in the Nordics, for 2 days the UK, 2 days and they do that, and then they run the same show every time. So for me, it's like one evening show every day, because it's like, so the Nordics come in, they watch their presentation, the next day they do hands-on with all the tools, and then that night we do another one, and so it's like, for me, it's like an hour and a half show a day, and that's it. And I literally spend probably a couple of weeks programming it in the UK, going to their offices beforehand, then I go out there, I'm there for the whole duration, 1 day show, like run an hour, and then I'm done. So it's a really nice job.
What else do you do?
Nothing. I literally enjoy wherever we are. Like I was in Monaco last time. It was great.
Oh, nice. What, Vermont?
Yeah, pretty much.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's really nice. Which is why I stopped doing ice.
Yeah.
The first we did what did we do? We did Copenhagen, and then we did Ireland, and Dublin, and then it was Monaco. There was one other, I can't remember what the other one was. And then this one would have been Stockholm. Oh yeah, that was it. Because when March obviously hit, that's when everything cancelled. Because I was meant to fly from Monaco straight to MWC, and then I got that week, like building up to MWC, I got cancelled, rebooked, cancelled, rebooked, cancelled, rebooked, and then I heard that MWC was cancelled. So then it was like, definitely cancelled. I'm gonna fly home now.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah. The good and bad thing about obviously like virtual events is like it just opens up like obviously having US or anywhere clients. Like we've ended up with a bunch of clients from the US and others. It's like sometimes it's a bit shit with time zones, but at the end of the day, like more work basically, because it's like yeah. The one thing we sort of picked up on is like US vMix operators clearly aren't very good. Because we've had so many people come over and they use us, and they're like, why is this so different? Like, why is this like that? Yeah. We did, yeah, because of all their like union-based stuff and everything as well. Like, but like we did Goodwill, like their like management, like all of their high-level management, like internal kind of thing stream. They had keynote speakers, loads of breakout rooms. Every single breakout room they wanted a vMix stream for, so it was like 7 vMix, like full-on vMix streams, and like Fleur worked on it. I did like the main room, it was like my contact, 6 other rooms plus mine, and they all had VMix calls, they all had panel discussions, they all had their own, like this, I guess, like, you know, this is almost a breakout room, isn't it? Like, you know, they showed me their previous one, and they were like, yeah, we used VMix last time and all this, and like all the boxes were different sizes, like there was no borders, there was it. It was just like, I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, so we don't want to use VMix because it was like this, and I'm like, hang on, like, log into me. Like, you can change it. Yeah, and they're like, oh, so how come like all your boxes are matched in order and right size? I'm like, well, why wouldn't they be? It's like, that's what is just hilarious, you know, when you see other things and you're like, oh, okay. Like, and then yeah, like watching their stream from the previous one, it was like, oh yeah, like easily we can do better than that. And that's what, you know, having like kids and stuff, like I've seen much more of my little boy's younger life than I did manage with obviously Emma, which is a shame, but obviously when Emma was born, I did the whole US and Australia tour, which was kind of...
You really need to have a child.
But having our little office and everything and doing events like to and from, like it's been really nice actually. Like literally like takes me like 10 minutes.
She keep buying too much kit.
Well that, or we need a bigger office. Yeah. Yeah, we already inquired because the one next to us is now empty. So we were like, maybe we could just get that one as well. But yeah. If it was purely storage, like it would work, but because we have to have obviously the remote virtual setup, like as an office as well, that's where it's sort of tricky to have both suitable. can do. Next door. All right. Well, yeah. I guess. Down the side of it. Come out. Oh, right. Down the hotel, just there. Yeah, yeah. What's on that XL? Yeah. Someone has slides, I think. Is that right? No? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Awesome. What's on an XL this week, do you know? That's finished, isn't it, DSCI? Yeah. Just got an email about people needing crew for it. Just wondering what was it?
in. You don't have to worry about that. We'll sort that out. Yes, we've got 3 chairs in person, for you and 2. Shall I go there? You will go there, and the 2 speakers will go there. And then, yes, that will happen. And then, and then about 2 minutes before you will see the timer right here, which will let you know. But when I stand up, that really is time to finish.
No, definitely.
We've got to keep on time of the schedule, and then I'll introduce the next session, which will be in 10 minutes. Okay, so they should, these things let you know what's going on exactly. All right, let me just Yeah, and I'll show you the speakers room as well, if you haven't been